Welcome everybody. Good morning. It is day 2 of giant slalom racing here in Steamboat Springs. For the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, our forerunners are in the gate. We are just about to get underway with the women's first run. What an exciting day of racing yesterday. Everything definitely lived up to its billing. The all-out race trail always leads to some exciting results, close results. That's what we saw. It was Louison Acambre from the University of Colorado taking the women's win yesterday as our forerunners take to the course. We've got our forerunners on course. And our forerunners on course. Our racers will be underway here in just a minute as we bring up all of our pages here, get everything ready to go. Women always have the tough draw as far as video goes. Early starts, not much time to get everything going. Better than yesterday. Some coverage top to bottom for you. Working on getting everything going. Paige DeHart awaits her shot. Paige clapping the poles over the start wand. Our first racer, Paige DeHart's on course. The SSWSC ski team. She'll be setting the pace. Fantastic season last year for Paige. Out at Apex, earning her way onto the team. To pick her up on the lower section, there's Paige setting the pace. Paige DeHart, our first runner through. We go back to the top. Look to pick up Hannah Soria, racer number 2. Colby College racer. The Winter Sports Club alum. Some skiing, the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail as well. And back on our home turf. It should feel like home here on the All Out Race Hill. Anna making some nice turns down there into her tuck. She passes through our next racer, Dasha Romanoff. Stiefel US Ski Team, great to have these US Ski Team racers participating in this year's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Just skiing smooth down on the lower section. Course up above now, it's Kirsty Moritz. Had a nice day yesterday. Ski teamer looking strong down on the lower section of the course. Her teammate Paige DeHart looks like set the pace so far. Watch Vika Zatseva. Her way onto the lower pitch. Kirsty Moritz moves into the lead as Vika Zatseva from the Apex 2100 program settles in on her run. Vika, our top U18 yesterday, finished on the podium for the juniors. It was a nice day for her. Prize money on the line, $4,500 in total from today's event. We'll be out. Dartmouth racer Carly Elsinger makes her way down this all-out slope. Vika moving into second position. They're slightly tacked right now with Kirsty Moritz in that top spot. Carly, one of the full Big Green team out here with Coach John Dwyer. Great to see those competitors competing here in Steamboat. It's Tatum Gross Didier. Stiefel US Ski Team member, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum. It's her way down the pitch. Comfortable home hill snow for Tatum. Snow conditions perfect. Better than yesterday. Today we're a day removed from that snowstorm. The champagne powder has been plentiful here in Steamboat. Wait, the run of yesterday's race champion, University of Colorado Buffalo. Looks like they've picked up a fast one here from France in Louison. Louison, for those watching in France, Louison. Didier into third. Son on course. What a great way to start her collegiate career. Out to the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Taking the victory in the first race. That is the stuff of ski racing dreams as Louison now onto the lower pitch. Good high line, round turns. Son, you see the energy that she creates out of those head skis down across the flats. Good looking run again for our Combre as we look back up the hill. And we've got a racer out of Dartmouth from Canada. This is Naomi Longchamps. Into third. Longchamps makes her way onto the lower pitch. Little bit of snow spray there. Longchamp's doing her best to keep everything in the momentum moving down the hill. Now onto the lower flat section. These are some nice turns. Good looking run from Longchamps as we look back up the hill for Lieve Moritz now. Sisters. Always fun to watch. Great racing history. Colorado, they've been lighting it up for years. Skiing with the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. University of Denver action in there. Both members of the SSWSC team. Lieve looking strong. Moritz waving the DU Pioneer flag as she flies towards the finish. We move back up the hill. Kathinka Lunder from the University of Colorado. Sun yet to come out here on the all-out race slope. Oh, and Lunder having some trouble up at the top of that second pitch. If you're going to make a mistake, that's a good spot to make one as that momentum picks back up quickly. Still at its steepest point, just after the spot where Lunder made the mistake. She's back on track now. As Lunder works her way towards the finish, we go back up to the top. Sarah Rask. Rask, the wily veteran ski racer from Sweden, competing University of Denver Pioneers. She was second in yesterday's giant slalom. You can be assured that she is hammering for the gold in today's race. This is good-looking skiing from Rask. Participant in the Champions Dinner last night. One of the great traditions of the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Sarah Rask into her tuck. That's a good-looking run for Rask. Izzy Washburn now on course. Racing for Dartmouth College. Izzy, a Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alumna. And we are so excited to see her light up this dark morning here on the all-out race slope. It's going to be a beautiful day. We'll be seeing blue skies and sunshine soon, but the sun has not risen over Mount Werner just yet. As we're in the midst of our racing action already, Izzy Washburn, good and smooth, letting those skis run down the lower pitch. Washburn looking strong as she drives through the final few gates. Izzy Washburn towards the finish, and out of the start, it's Caitlin Keene. Keene racing for the Stiefel U.S. Ski Team. Liked the skiing I saw from Keene yesterday. In Snowboard Club Vail product, now competing for the Stiefel U.S. Ski Team. Good quick turns there. You see the shape she creates above the gate, and that allows her to quickly pressure the skis into the fall line. A little bobble there, though, into that delay right before the flats. That mistake is magnified, even though it wasn't big. That will cost her a bit of time. That'll carry across the flats as we go back up to the top and now onto the beach. Nicola Roundtree Williams is flying across the beach. Roundtree Williams, now a University of Denver Pioneer. She spent last year getting her collegiate start with Colorado Mountain College. It was so great to see. It was such a good year for her to get her ski racing legs back, get some studies in, and really be confident. She had some great racing on the RMISA circuit, and And looking strong here is Roundtree Williams as she makes her way towards the finish. Roundtree Williams, the DU Pioneer, has put together a nice run. Ashley Campbell now on course, the University of Colorado Buffalo, bashing the gates up top. Campbell taking no prisoners as she flies across the flats here. Strong looking skiing for the CU Buffalo. Campbell, you see her with the elevation above the gate, setting up that line, then coming in tight on the poles. Campbell, a good strong run. Back to the top, Sophia Palmquist. Sophia racing for Team Summit. Palmquist ski racing family, prolific here in Colorado. Seemed really strong. Her brother Camden be competing in the men's race. Sophia making some good turns down here. Palmquist towards the finish. Mia Hunt now on course. Mia racing for the University of Denver. She comes into view on the lower pitch, getting bounced a little bit wide there. We've seen a few mistakes in that section, but now the steepest part of the hill, so the momentum returns. But Mia continuing to get pushed low. Little bit of rotation from Mia. She's hammering, she's charging as much as she can, but the balance not quite right this morning. Mia Hunt making her way towards the finish. I think Mia working hard to make sure that she does not overpressure the ski, but in the process getting a little twisted and off balance. Here comes Stella Buckheister from the University of Denver. Great to see Stella as a pioneer. Racer out of Team Summit. Just a fun racer to watch. See the charge there, the hands out in front, moving forward through transition as Stella Buckheister charging down the fall line, making her way towards the finish. Stella Buckheister's put down a good run here this morning. As we go back up for Samantha Trudeau, Dartmouth College racer. Samantha onto the beach section now. A great contingent of skiers from Dartmouth College at this year's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. The whole team coming out, taking advantage of these perfect racing conditions. Yes, some of the Dartmouth racers were calling the snow a little bit soft yesterday, and yes, perhaps a little bit compared to the Dartmouth Skiway. But this is as firm as it gets in Colorado, folks. Really good racing conditions. Well, it had been watered, and it's fun. But it's hero. You can do good on this hill. Being fast against your competitors is a whole other story. Ella Snyder makes her way past the coaches at pick point, now onto the lower pitch. The Dartmouth College racer. She too from Team Summit. Junior racing years. Good solid line down the lower pitch for Snyder. Really attacking now on the flats, direct for Ella. She's got a lot of experience on this hill as she makes her way towards the finish. Georgie Sullivan already onto the flats. Get to see much racing action on the top pitch. As we pick the skiers up on the lower pitch of the alt race, so this is the steepest section of the course right here. Georgie Sullivan laying those skis over, shaping her turns nicely, but getting pushed wide and low on that red. Really, the key to this course is making 4 or 5 clean turns coming off of that pitch, so you carry the momentum onto these flats right there. A little bit of a bobble for Georgie, but she took it well towards the finish. Is Elena Exenberger from the University of Colorado, an Austrian. makes her way to the finish. I apologize, I've gotten off track as we pick up our racer down below. Riley Gross-Didier on course right now, Dartmouth College racer. Racer number 2 of the Gross-Didier family in this women's run. Her sister Tatum already at the finish. Riley looking to make a good, strong move as we got out of order up there. I apologize. Doing my best here. Good-looking run for Riley. She heads towards the finish. Josephine Trueblood, Jose, racing for the University of Denver. EU skier. So fun watching her race since she was a young junior racer here in Colorado. For Ski and Snowboard Club Vail before making the DU team. A good looking run for Jose. Back up. Solveig Moritz. This will be one to watch. Solveig very fast yesterday. Got herself onto the junior podium. Really impressive skiing from the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Just a little bit low. Solveig really charging. Chasing after her older sisters, Kirsty and Liv, already in the finish. Solveig skiing nicely, having herself a week so far here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic as we go back up to the top. Pick up Zoe Zimmerman, Dartmouth College. Zoe looking strong, a little inside, but holding it together well, keeping the momentum moving down the hill. Running a late and low line is Zimmerman, but she's kept it pretty clean. And you really have to push it on this hill. You cannot take it easy. She's done well as Maddie Kaiserman makes her way. Getting a little bit low there in the beach is Kaiserman racing for the University of Utah. Kaiserman now onto the lower pitch. Kaiserman with a good solid run. Great to see. High finish rate here today. Nicole Wordley from the Loveland Ski Club already onto the beach section. I figure that's got to be a good sign when I flip to the second screen and they're already onto the flats. Either they're going fast or they just like to start early on the starter's 5-second countdown. Wordley getting a little bit low though on the slower pitch. See the snow spray at the bottom of the turn. The line a little bit lower than the other skiers. Nicole trying to let it run, holding on. Was it as clean as she would have liked up top? We will see as Nicole Wordley makes her way towards the finish. It's Molly Mueller on course. Molly racing for Colby College. See Molly back in Steamboat. Spent many junior years here with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Wonderful junior career and great to see her performing now for Colby College. Back on the slopes of All Out. This is good looking skiing for Mueller. Brewer Tuck. Good looking skiing for Mueller. Looks like we have Emma Reynolds now making her way across the flats onto the lower pitch. They're one of these Dartmouth College racers. What a great women's team John Dwyer has up there for the Big Green. enjoying the sunshine out here in Steamboat, I guarantee. Looking run for Reynolds. Celine Samarova from the Czech Republic on course as we work to fix our start clock to move to the shorter intervals up there. Samarova now onto the lower pitch. Strong skier, Samarova. Skiing for her. Back to the top now. Look at that with a lower bib number. It's Logan Grosdidier. The new points just came in, so for this first-year FIS racer, Grosdidier's been starting back in the pack all season long. She's had 3 digits on her bib coming into today in many events, starting at the end of the field yesterday, but now a chance to start in the 30s with those great results that she had from the NORAMs. Logan Grosdidier, a first-year FIS racer, has a better chance to really take on those skiers at the top. This 16-year-old racer is phenomenal out of the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club and has put together a good run here. So great to see Grosdidier starting where she belongs, and she's going to continue to move up through the field, no doubt, as Maddie Welling now racing for Colorado Mountain College comes over the horizon. And Logan Grosdidier into 9th place down at the bottom. Attaway, Logan. Maddie Welling from Colorado Mountain College on course. Skiing well on the lower pitch. First year member of the Flying Eagles. She's going to enjoy her time here in Steamboat and all the training that she'll get on the all-out race slope. As they're coming rapid fire now from Nevada Reno, this time it's Jessica Blackburn. Set it up when we, for men if we can or whatever, but I'm set for video. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any need on the video side. Okay. I'll move on to the section. You bet. And I'll show you what we need to do. We're just going to put this plug it in. Yeah. Oh, is it radio? Julia Cunningham, Team Palisades Tahoe on course. Nice angles there on that little piece of terrain by the lower light tower. Julia Cunningham running a low line, but keeping those skis clean. Anastasia Stalker. We look to pick her up on the lower section now with these 30-second intervals. This race was coming down rapid fire. Unless we get a delay or a course hold, we're probably just going to be able to pick them up on the lower pitch. Thank you. Stalker, CMC. Again, good to see Stalker in the CMC colors. Maisie Douglas now from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Track everything here. Lots of action going on the all-out race hill. Maisie Douglas, strong skiing for the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Good looking run for Maisie as we go back to the top. It's another new CMC racer, Campbell Butzlaff. The Colorado Mountain College program really has done a tremendous job. Great group of athletes. The women's team this year looks as big and strong as I can remember in some time. The men's team, lots of returners and great skiers on that squad. We're looking forward to watching this year and next year, and we hope into the future. As Brooke Brown now from Romark makes her way down the lower pitch, getting low is Brooke. Yesterday I loved the attack from Brown, and I'm liking it again today. The line is low, but I think the aggressive nature of Brown's skiing pays off on this hill. Brooke Brown with another good run. Samara Boyer now on course. Boyer racing for the Quantum Sports International Program as we pick her up onto the lower pitch. Boyer also getting low in the line, losing that outside ski just a little bit. We see a little bit of chops and bumps there on the course, and Boyer struggling to keep on the racer line, but doing a good job using all of her strength to stay in the course. Boyer approaching the finish. It's Hazel Fernley now. The Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer makes her way onto the top of the second pitch. The headwall section right here and wide is Fernley. Let's see if she can get it back on track and carve some nice turns, get herself into the top 30 for that clean course on the second run. Fernley's been fast this year, and some of these racers sporting some new bib positions based on recent results. Fernley's one who's had some good races, and that's some good skiing down on the tack shed section for Fernley. Nice job. See Worth. Now on course, racer from the Jackson Hole Ski Club. Worth carving some nice turns. Into her tuck goes Worth. I like the attitude and the approach. It's Katie Grislak gets ready to go up top. Grislak, a Team Summit competitor, and Worth moving into 30th spot. So she'll be on the hot seat. One thing that's a little bit different today when we look at that hot seat for these racers that come in, the hot seat for the competitor in 30th, the top 30 run in reverse order for second run. Because the new points came in last night, new rankings have impacted the seating for today's race. Yesterday, you had a lot of racers who have been really fast this season, but their points haven't caught up to their rankings have not been updated. Now they have starting today. So perhaps a little bit less large movement within the field maybe makes Lucy feel a little bit safer in that spot, although Katie Grislak from Team Summit is putting together a nice run, and it's far from safe there in that 30th position right now, I will say. On course next, it's Annika Jobson. Now onto the lower pitch, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racers. So we'll keep an eye on these racers, see if they can pop into the top 30. I know it's a goal for many. The good news is with the snow conditions so excellent here this week, you can still make a move from outside the top 30 split. In fact, we saw it yesterday with a couple competitors. Axel Lindenmeyer won, who skied into the top 15 with their second run time, even though they've started well outside the flip with just some really nice skiing. Jesse Ferguson from Colorado Mountain College, the Canadian now on course. Nice turns for Ferguson. She makes her way past the tack shed, back up the hill and skiing right out of view. We'll try to pick her back up. Jasmine Whitaker on course right now from Boston College. Now on course, it's Samara Hitt. Samara Hitt from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Wheel her way towards the finish. Go back to the top. Pick up the fast run of Abby Olson now from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Abby, another one to watch, coming back from injury. She's one who could threaten for a spot inside the top 30. Lucy Worth will be sweating it out as Abby Olson carves some nice turns down the slower pitch Abby Olson from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club pouring it on towards the finish. A good-looking run from Olson as Sophia Stanley makes her way over the breakover. And Abby Olson indeed punches her way into 28th position. You like to see that for the athlete that's coming back from injury. A chance to start on a good, clean course and make a good move in that second run is exactly what those athletes need. You need a break, and so Abby Olson's done well to put herself in a great position. Sophia Stanley now on course from Loveland. Good, strong skiing for Stanley as she approaches the finish. Now it's Ariana Eben Ribeiro representing Portugal and racing for the Loveland Ski Club. Tuck through that delay. Just a smooth, graceful looking skier is Ariana. A good looking run for the Portugal racer. Whitney Diamond now on course. Whitney, another member of the Colorado Mountain College Flying Eagles. Campus here overlooking downtown Steamboat Springs. Whitney racing hard, running direct, taking chances. That delay at the bottom of the pitch is a chance to recover for those skiers that are really letting the turns run out. And so I like Whitney Diamond's approach. A good-looking run for the Flying Eagle. Now on course, this is Alaska Speedy. A tough break for Alaska yesterday. She went out. It's not slowing her down today, though. Alaska's putting the hammer down, really getting after it, running the low, low line. The New Zealand racer competing this winter with the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. She makes her way towards the finish. Up top, we've got Eden Bohart now, another Aspen racer. Wide as she comes over the head wall. Now the goal is to stand strong on that outside ski, move forward down this steep pitch. Bohart, nice turns up above the gate. Tight to the pole is Bohart. Pushing hard toward the finish. Ruthie DeMino now on course. Good to see Ruthie back on her skis racing this year. Such nice angles from Ruthie as she carves up the lower pitch. A little bit wide from the gates. She's skiing a little bit rounder line in order to try to be cleaner on her skis and gain speed through clean pressure. Ruthie DeMino doing a nice job as she makes her way towards the finish. Camille Natter, our next competitor on course. Camille racing for the Loveland Ski Club. Still charging hard as we see the sun getting closer to the all-out race slope. Right, for the women this morning, it will be absolutely perfect for them on their second run as Eva Crony-Ferruli from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail makes her way down the lower part of the course. Aggressive skiing onto the flats for Crony-Ferruli. Next on course, Ella Dre Caballero. Caballero from Mexico. Great looking skiing for the Mexican racer. And look at her in her tuck, carving some nice turns down on the lower section. Ella Dre Caballero with a good, strong run. Darianne Kenny on course next. Here comes Darianne over the rise, starting her way onto the lower pitch. Racing for the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Darianne getting her hand caught in the gate, losing a pole. shaking it out. That hurts. Marianne Kenny. Well, the glove's still on. That's good. Sometimes we see the pole come off and the glove fly off, but Marianne Kenny still managing, staying strong, keeping her focus, and putting it through the finish. That was good work from Kenny. Here comes Marin Elvidge. Marin racing for Colby Sawyer College. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alumna. Doing a nice job down in the slower section. Marin always tight on the gates, always a charging attitude. A good looking run on that lower section for Elvidge. Stella Stinnett now on course. Racing for Afton, Team Afton. In Alps, Minnesota. Just out in the Twin Cities a couple days ago. Stella makes her way towards the finish. Kylie Blakely from Team Summit, our next racer. You can see with these racers, the snow is slick. It's hard, it's icy. This hill's been watered. Kylie having a hard time maintaining clean carve on that icy snow up there. Now onto the flat. She feels it. She's got the rhythm. Right on her heels, it's Morgan Phillips. Morgan, also from Aspen. Bunch of racers from Aspen here today on the women's side. Bertakis Phillips charging hard toward the finish. Abby Snook coming into view on the lower pitch. The Team Summit racer. Carving those turns nicely up there. Look at the dynamic angles from Snook. Getting thrown in a few transitions there. I think it's because she's generating some great speed out of her turns. It's just hard to keep up. Looking skiing for Abby. So we lost Fleckenstein early in the course. Katie Fleckenstein, unfortunately, a DNF. This is going to be Annabelle Zerbay from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Annabelle representing Ireland today. Irish in the bloodlines there. For Annabelle, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer. All across the flats onto the lower pitch comes Zerbay. Getting a little bit low, pushed wide, but Zerbay with her foot on the gas. Yesterday, Zerbay is full charge. Like the skiing from Zerbay as she makes her way towards the finish. Now it's Hazel Barker from Aspen. Here she comes. Barely see it in the camera there. The yellowish shine of the snow, those icy turns. The conditions are outstanding today. As you see the sun peak just up over the crest of the hill. It's going to be nice, bode well for our visibility for the competitors here in the second run. The women dealing with flat light here in the first. Roxy Kroger now, another Aspen racer on course. handling it well. Roxy, strong skiing down here. Bring on the sunshine. Perfect racing weather in Steamboat for this week's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. We're really looking forward to tomorrow night's epic night slalom, and conditions look absolutely wonderful for that. Come on out. You're within a 12-hour drive of Steamboat Springs. It's not too late to hop into the car and be part of what is an amazing festival and an amazing scene for the night slalom, the iconic night slalom of the Holiday Classic. Caitlin Zatorsky now on course from Aspen. And of course, if you can't make it to Steamboat, we will be here on YouTube for your viewing pleasure. Squeegee Pepperone and Peter Lemon Jello will be on the call. Caitlin Zatorsky into her tuck. Really nice skiing on the lower section for Zatorsky. Shea Armistead now on course. Armistead from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Good strong run for Armistead. Now we've got Palmer Olvested. Palmer, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer, getting wide right out of the start, and Olvested. Not quite sure what happened there for Palmer. Tried to lay the skis over, and they just did not respond how she was expecting. Unfortunately for Palmer, it will be a DNF. Mackenzie Cross, our next competitor. Summit racer will take her top to bottom. Pushing strong out of the start is Cross from Team Summit. Right out of the gate, you can see those skis being laid over, creating nice edge angles as she skis this upper rhythm section really well. It's nice to see this section. We've not had a chance with the fast intervals to watch the skiers down the top pitch. Cross skiing strong across the beach now. Her up onto the lower pitch, the Team Summit racer. You're really driving down the hill, getting pushed a little bit wide, but look at that strong turn on the blue. That's great time if she can hold it together. Those left-footed turns are fantastic from Cross, generating all kinds of speed as she moves into her tuck. Mackenzie Cross, nice racing from the back of the pack. Nadia Leunig, our final competitor here in this women's giant slalom, pushing out of the gate. Crushing the gates up here on top is Leunig. Going to make it easier on our course crew when they have to take the course down. She's the last racer, so thanks, Nadia. Maybe those timers will knock off a second or two for you at the finish for that. Nadia Leunig, a good aggressive approach. You see the outside hand getting thrown high. She's really challenging herself, getting thrown in the transition. This is a rodeo type ride. This is a rodeo town here in Steamboat Springs. Nadia Leunig again getting thrown. It's wild and woolly for Leunig. Down at the clock there, indeed, it was a very fast time for Cross. Well done. And Nadia Leunig making her way now towards the finish. That's going to wrap up our first run into 44th for Leunig. Great run for the U18 racer. Well, that's a wrap on our first run of women. The men We'll be underway in about a half hour or 25 minutes at 9:45. As one would expect, we've got a tightly packed field at the finish, just 1 second separating our top 10 after the first run for women. Some standouts to note as we look at those results from the top, at the top of the results. It's Kirsty Moritz on top of the standings in first place. Vika Zatseva, the U18 racer, just behind in second. Yesterday's race winner, Louison Acambre, in third position right now, racing for the University of Colorado. One other thing I'll point out is that the Gross Didier family of three have three competitors inside the top 12. That's something that last year's NCAA defending champion CU Buffaloes can't say. They have three within the top 13. So a great day of racing to get us started here with the women's run. We'll be back in about 20 minutes for the men's first run. working on getting things ready to go here for the men's first run of giant slalom racing here, day 2 of the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Right, I think we're getting close. Thanks for everybody's patience. Forerunners are buckling up. Forerunner is in the gate, getting ready to go. The athletes probably don't mind too much. It's a nice day up here at the top there in the sun as they're waiting for their run on the other side of the start house. And the sun is just going to shine more and more on the hill with every minute that passes. So as, in terms of visibility, this course hold, no problem. Forerunner on course. All right, we've got our first Forerunner on course. While the women were entirely in the shadows, we can see now that the men will have sun and shadows. Two Forerunners to kick things off. Where we see our first racer. Raphael Sard's going to kick things off. We should be good to go. Raphael Lassard from the University of Utah prepares for his run. Yesterday there was a bit more separation. Our race winner yesterday, Jos Broughton Erland from the University of Utah, created some separation from the field. A bit of distance, a little over 2 seconds separating our top 10. See if today's a little bit tighter. This first run course is pretty down the fall line again. Pretty straightforward, I think, as Lassard awaits the countdown, pulls over the wand, is ready to go. See how this runs under race speed as Lassard is on course. Good rhythm section up at the top. Swing to the turns now, it straightens as the racers come onto the flats. 1, 2 turns onto the flats, and now this section pretty direct. And it's direct coming over the breakover into view for our lower camera. Raphael Lassard. Couple big turns there on the top part of the lower pitch. Quick through this section, Lassard skiing well, taking advantage of the early start position. Tuck for Lassard, and he's going to set a good pace. As Adrian Mindy Hunshammer, the University of Denver Pioneer, takes his run at it. Finishes Lassard, setting the pace. Similar times, maybe a little bit faster than that first run yesterday. Chum are slicing and dicing up there. To Harrison to Ganji. Harrison to Ganji on the lower section. Thomas Hoffman will be our next racer. Timing crew, I believe, hopefully, working to bring our live timing back in sync. Got 3 racers down. Take this opportunity as we're waiting for Hoffman to thank our gold level support partners. City of Steamboat Springs, Cloud9 Integrated Systems, Colorado Event Rentals, Conroy Moving and Storage, Native Excavating, Slifer, Smith and Frampton, Smartwool, Steamboat Radio, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Twin Enviro, Apex Waste Solutions, UC Health, and SBNY. A big thank you to our gold level support partners at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Excited to be hosting these Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic races. If you are tuned in, we've got a course at the moment. Back hopefully in just a moment with some more giant slalom racing. All right, sounds like we are good to go again, and Hoffman is back in the gate. All right, Thomas Hoffman on course, University of Denver skier. Going now. Into the sun, through the beach. So makes his way onto the lower section. Running the low line is Hoffman. Pushing the limits here today. His way down. Loic Chablis, our next competitor, the Swiss racer for the University of Denver. Picked him up in the transfer portal. Way onto the lower pitch. Hoffman skiing into second position. Well, sometimes you get the inner look. The challenges all hell breaking loose here. We'll try to keep the camera running. We'll try to get times for you and racers on course for you. Eric Cavino makes his course right now. Pietro Motorlini on the upper section of the course. Trying to fix the title screen. On course now from the top. It's going to be Emer Lokmich. On course should be Christian Sovic from the University of Denver. As we work to get things back online. Jacob Dilling on course. Oh, and Dilling having some trouble up there at the top of the pitch. makes his way towards the finish. We're going to take advantage of this course hold to try to get everything back up to speed as Roman Frost gets ready to go. Sometimes those live streaming gremlins sneak up on you. Challenge is up here right now, trying to get it worked out. I think we're getting close. A little course hold for gate repair.
Okay, course repair complete. Yeah, race 11 in a gate.
So we've got, well, our results will all be unofficial. It looks like they're not all in the books down there. We'll do our best. We'll be close. It looks like Rafael Lessard is our current leader. Sing a couple times. In there, so it's anybody's guess. As Roman Frost pushes out. Frost now on course in the lower section. Hard charging run for the German skier racing with Westminster College. Jimmy Krupka, next competitor on course, Krupka. Special trip. Tick the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic off his bucket list for the 24-25 race season. It's great to have Jimmy here. He's here for the money, folks. $4,500 on the line in today's men's giant slalom, and Krupka looking strong. Good solid start. Now we look up to yesterday's champion on the slopes from the University of Utah. This is Jos Erland. Jos, just such a nice touch on the snow. Flowing down the hill, getting a little bit low in that section, but we saw a big mistake from Dilling in there, and he was still fast. It's an okay place to make a mistake. Gates maybe a little bit tighter there than these athletes were anticipating. But Jos, again, just smooth down the hill. Great looking skiing for the Norwegian. Cooper Cornelius now on course from the University of Denver. Erland skiing unofficially into second position at the moment. Makes his way down the lower pitch into his tuck. Denver University pioneer approaching the finish. And up top, it's bib number 15, Philip Wahlquist. Wahlquist, the NCAA reigning NCAA slalom champion, went out yesterday on this lower pitch. We can exercise those demons on this run here today and put one through. Solid run from Volquist. Get back to the top, Everett Dooley on course. Big slip crew in front of Dooley down there, trying to make the track good for the former Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier and CMC skier. And right as he goes out of view, here he comes. Slipper Brigade ahead, Everett Dooley, now racing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Guys, our lower camera crew getting distracted by all the slippers out there. We're a volunteer crew, folks. Sorry to Everett for not getting that bottom part of your run. Got a course hold is Camden Palmquist. Art. So we believe that it's Raphael Lessard, currently our leader. And we're using unofficial results at the moment from live timing. A couple athletes not registered in there. So it's not a sure thing, but we know Lessard was fast. At least in the top three. Yesterday's race winner, Jos Erland, unofficially second. Jacob Dilling in third, or at least in the top five. We can go that far with our results at the moment. Got the crossing clear, so Camden Palmquist, Team Summit alum, racing for the Stiefel U.S. ski team, will be our next competitor to go. Camden Palmquist on course. Some fluid down the upper pitch. Across the flat section right here, the beach. Sunshine, it is a nice day for racing out there across the beach for Camden. Really direct with the line down here. Pretty straight. That lower part of the course. Palmquist skiing well. Jack Reich now on course, University of Colorado Buffalo. Jack, very familiar with this hill. Spent many years training with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. That home hill knowledge to his advantage. Running very direct is Reich. Hammering the gate on the head wall there. Reich dances his way down the lower pitch. Extremely direct. The lay at the bottom of the pitch set by Vail coach A.J. Kitt. Reminiscent of his downhill racing days. American downhiller A.J. Kitt, now coaching with the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail post-grad program. Tanner Perkins now on course from Montana State. Direct line, very tight for Tanner. No extra distance being traveled for the Bobcat racer. As he makes his way towards the finish, it's Jack Bowers making his way onto the beach. Bowers slicing his way across the flats. Over the breakover. Like how he set up that turn. You see the damage done by Perkins. But no issues for Bowers. Really nice skiing down here on the lower section as Bowers moves into his tuck. Bowers pushing toward the finish. Perkins with that direct line, indeed moving up into 7th. Not surprised.
No, that's not sweet. Thank you.
That was some fast skiing. Some coursework to be done now after the run of Perkins, so Justin Bigetel, a freshman at the University of Colorado, awaits his turn at the start. Again, we don't have all of the results in down below to give you exact results, but one thing that I can tell you that we are extremely tightly packed behind Jacob Dilling. That should make a thrilling second run. Dilling somewhere in the vicinity of 3rd, 4th, or 5th. It's going to make it an exciting second run. Justin Bigetel getting the go-ahead. He'll start on the next interval. Former U.S. ski team are now competing for the University of Colorado. You see the buffalo emblem on his shoulder. You see the level 1 Eagles on his mitts. He gets the 10-second countdown. The poles clap over the start wand. Justin Bigetel pushing out of the start, and we're back underway for bib number 21, Justin Bigetel. Onto the flats goes Biggie. This section in here, very flat. Important to have a nice touch on the snow. Run it direct. As Bigetel now moves over the breakover and onto the lower pitch. These turns right in here, dynamic. Biggie skiing them well. Little bit low, perhaps on the line. Biggie's running it straight. The University of Colorado freshman charging down the all-out race trail. Justin Bigetel works his way towards the line. It's going to be Nick Kerwood on his tail. Nick Kerwood racing for Boston College. Ski and Snowboard Club Vail product. Running the low line across the flats there. I loved the charge that I saw from Nick in yesterday's race. It's got to be clean though. Clean from here on out. Reduce that snow spray. Run it direct, which he's doing, but clean turns is paramount. On this hill, snow conditions absolutely perfect as Kerwood moves into his tuck. Approaching the finish is Kerwood, and leaving the start, Charlie Welch. St. Lawrence University. He's a Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum. Great to have Charlie back home. Skiing nicely through the upper section. Charlie Welch now onto the lower part. These St. Lawrence racers, it's tough, the studies, the finals during the important prep period at the start of the year, so sometimes these collegiate guys are a little bit behind the curve on the training. They catch up as the season goes on for sure, but Charlie skiing strong, looking good as he makes his way towards the finish. It's Bodie Flanagan now on course. Bodie racing for Boston College, another Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum. Home for the holidays. It's what makes this race so special. All the guys coming back, men and women, coming back home and competing in front of the home crowd. We're anticipating a massive crowd tomorrow night at the night slalom. Come out and join us 5:30 for the women, 6:45 for the men under the lights second run at Howelson Hill. We'll be live here on YouTube as Flanagan skiing a strong run towards the finish. And up top, it's Thomas Menon. Menon skiing fast. I'm impressed. I haven't seen Thomas ski yet this year, and I can tell you you can tell he's put in the time. Fast skiing, nice light touch. He's got a great feel for the snow, great angles as Menon, and running direct. Strong skiing for Menon. This is another good run being put up by the former Winter Sports Club racer, now competing independently with his own Menon sports team. Another nice run for Menon, it looks to me. Stanley Buzek on course. Stiefel U.S. ski team racer. Buzek collected himself a NORAM slalom win at Panorama just a week ago. To tomorrow night, but business to take care of today for Buzek. He's getting a little bit low through the turns on this lower section. On course. Buzek approaches the finish. It's Jules Clarice from Rocky Mountain College, making his way off the first pitch onto the flats. French skier. Nice turn there on the blue. High line for Clarice. Clean turns. He's patient, waiting until he's got enough distance away from the gate where he can really lay the skis over and stand strong. Jules Clarice, very nice skiing on the lower pitch. Dom Shackleton on course now. Dominic racing for the Middlebury College. Shackleton represents Great Britain on this FIS International Skiing Circuit. Shackleton looking strong, running direct, but staying clean. A good looking run for the Middlebury racer. Shackleton approaches the finish. Alex Krupka on course. Krupka number 2 in today's field. Older brother Jimmy already down as Alex, the junior racer, doing a post-grad year, I believe, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Onto the lower pitches, Krupka getting low right before the break over onto the lower pitch, but does nice to stay on track. That won't cost him too much. Dancing through those turns is Krupka. Alex Krupka approaching the finish. Back up to Jules Barr. Jules, University of Nevada, Reno skier. French national. Jules Barr now onto the lower pitch. Barr skiing clean. Shaping those turns a little bit around her approach. Of course, now it's Harry Hoffman, University of Utah skier. A little bit low coming onto the flats, but he's letting the skis run. That's important. Got to stay clean. It's Harry Hoffman now on the lower pitch. Hoffman getting a little bit low down on the lower pitch. Jeremy Nolting makes his way down across the flats. Rapid fire here now, 30-second interval is going to be tough to keep up. It's the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer, Jeremy Nolting, back home on his home turf. Good direct line, moving strong outside ski down the lower pitch. He made a good move yesterday into 8th. Can he repeat that feat again today? Jeremy Nolting driving towards the finish. Ian Haupt, his teammate, waits in the gate. Nolting into 6th from that first run. Unbelievable skiing for Nolting. That's a huge move from the 32nd bib. Again, he's right in the mix. Two racers that are not showing on my live timing feed, so somewhere in that vicinity, but that's the fastest run we have seen in a long while. Good results can still be had as Ian Haupt gets fired up in the start. And out goes Ian Haupt from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, back-to-back postgraduates here with the local Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club program. Haupt looking strong on the top pitch. Nice fluid skiing as he makes his way onto the beach section. Haupt, when he's got the groove, he had a good day yesterday, and when Haupt starts feeling it, look out. Really nice turns onto the lower pitch for Haupt. Haupt, a rhythm skier, and when he's got it going, I think, and he's got it going today, good things happen. Ian Haupt, skiing strong, using that home hill knowledge to his advantage. As he approaches the finish, Carson Hume, he'll be another one to watch, making his way across the flats and onto the lower pitch. It's Haupt into 24th, down below Carson Hume. From Ski and Snowboard Club Vale on the lower pitch, Carson. Such a strong skier, post-grad from Vale. There's a little friendly, good, competitive rivalry. These Vale and Steamboat athletes, all so strong, doing their postgraduate competition, trying to make next level in sport, be it a collegiate team or the national team. Carson Hume in good position, 16th, and it is so tightly stacked. Oh my goodness, this second run is going to be unbelievable. Ulrich Danielson from the University of Nevada, Reno, the Norwegian, skiing on the lower pitch and looking strong. Back up top we go. Matthew Basson. Basson scored some good results earlier this year. He's wearing a little bit lower bib number today. That's good to see. Basson, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer, looking to take advantage, almost like slalom through that quick section. It's pretty in the fall line, not huge offset. And Basson has done well through that section. One of the smaller skiers on the circuit, he always has to go full gas, and he does. Good looking run from Basson. Aniol Torres Casas, our next competitor, he's racing with Rocky Mountain College, represents Spain on the FIS. Torres Casas. Nicely, good, strong run. Go back to the top. We see Chase Kelly. Psyched to have Chase here in Steamboat, the longtime Aspen racer. He's now attending school at Colorado Mountain College, skiing with the Flying Eagles CMC ski team. Getting a little bit low, this lower pitch though, Chase really charging, but perhaps a bit too direct as he was getting caught out in the soft snow. It's Ellis, the CMC teammate, now on course. It's also a freshman at CMC, representing Great Britain. Distinctive upright stance for Ellis. Active knees and ankles as he lays the skis over. Carving turn to turn, getting hung up there for a moment on that red panel, but no problem for Ellis. He keeps it moving towards the finish. As Colin Kagan takes to the course. Colin, a freshman at St. Lawrence University, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum. Talking with him yesterday. He'd love to have more training volume, but he's having a blast skiing back at his home hill here in Steamboat. And every run should just get better for Colin. Finals are in the rear view now, and he can focus on his ski racing for the break. Good to have Colin back in Steamboat as Charlie Lang, now the Boston College racer, takes to the course. Snow looks like it's holding up wonderfully today. Remember yesterday in that first run for the men, a big hole developed there in the middle of the second pitch. It's giving the men some trouble. No trouble for Lang, though, as he approaches the finish. A good run for the Boston College skiers. Axel Lindenmeyer now finishing the flats and coming up to the second pitch. We're a little bit inside for Lindenmeyer. He had a really impressive run yesterday, his second run, starting 36th and skiing the 13th fastest second run. Normally, you don't see that from the guys outside the top 30. Just shows the speed that Lindenmeyer has. He's putting down a good run here today, looking to get inside that top 30 split today after the first run. Marcus Stanley on course right now. Stanley onto the lower section, and indeed Lindenmeyer into 21st unofficially. Again, when I call those standing positions, it's going to be plus or minus 2. But Lindenmeyer looks like he's safely into the top 30. It's going to be fun to see what he can do on that second run. Stanley skiing strong down to the finish. Isaac Mosen now in view. University of Nevada racer. Isaac knows this hill well, skied with Colorado Mountain College last year. Back home in the Lake Tahoe area for Mosen. See him representing UNR. Alec Nolan now on course. Alec, St. Lawrence University competitor. Alec, a Winter Sports Club alum. He was sitting on the hot seat for a while yesterday. Ended up 30th after the first run. Had to sweat it out. He gets in that position today. It's going to be a little bit harder because of my unofficial results. I'm missing a couple times. Call it as best we can as Chauncey Morgan now makes his way just outside that amount. Chauncey Morgan, Plymouth State. Into his tuck, down on the lower section. Gunnar Barnwell, Colorado Mountain College on course. Oh, and a little bit tight on that gate. A little pinch, getting thrown low. Pinch when the skier starts the turn too early. They get hung up at the gate, have to hit the edges hard underneath. Barnwell knows he's got to push the limits, but those mistakes can prove costly. There's no margin for error on this hill, as strong as the field is skiing today. Ivor Nays from University of Nevada, Reno, now on course, making his way onto the lower section. Good high line for Ivor as he approaches the lower pitch. Now he can let it run. Setting it up at the top of the pitch and then letting the skis run towards the bottom can be a great strategy. That's the tactics that Ivor Nays has employed. The University of Nevada Reno skier approaching the finish. Ryan Herhusky, his UNR teammate, leaving the start. Onto the lower section. Nays indeed into the top 30. That was a good run for the Nevada Reno skier. Let's see if his teammate Ryan Herhusky can join him. Oh, some struggle down there at the bottom of the pitch for Herhusky, getting low off into the soft snow. Not quite as clean as his teammate Nays. Now it's Julian Arthur. Julian, one to watch. Couple mistakes yesterday for Julian, but he is definitely one that's capable of moving into this top 30 flip. And the racer's so tightly stacked in the top 30, we could see some huge moves. Yesterday, we saw Stewie Bruce move from 30th to 10th, getting just inside the flip. And Arthur is another competitor that is fully capable of that type of move. Henry Andre now on course. Andre down onto the lower section. It looks like Arthur will be just outside. Is Andre from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, quick foot to foot, almost a slalom tempo through that section. Oh, the sunshine is beautiful. As Andre works his way towards the finish, Stewie Bruce makes his way onto the top of the lower pitch. This is going to be one to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Stewie finishing third for the juniors yesterday, making a huge move with that bib number in the 50s. He got himself into the top 30 first run and then bumped it up 20 more spots to finish 10th overall. Stewie Bruce, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer, into his tuck. It's going to be another day for the Vail racer. We'll see. As our next competitor already on the upper section across the flats, it's Curtis Zani from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. As Stewie has gotten himself inside the top 30 at the moment. Curtis Zani putting the heat on. He's got the speed, the post-grad racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club into his tuck early through that delay. Curtis Zani, he went out yesterday, wants to make sure that he puts down a fast run today. Zani, that was a good attacking run for the Steamboat skier. His teammate Daniel Ferrucci, hot on his heels. Across the flats goes Ferrucci and onto the lower pitch. Ferrucci, direct line, tight on the gates. Jangles as you see the feet come out to the side. His upper body nice and quiet and stable. Daniel Ferrucci charging down the hill. Ferrucci, 3 gates to go to the finish. Caleb Unger, Rocky Mountain College racer, next to go. Here he comes. Onto the second pitch. A few racers going early into that red gate there, but Unger holding it together well. Caleb Unger now letting those skis run on the bottom of the pitch. In and out of his tuck goes Unger. Nice smooth run for the Rocky Mountain College racer. Lakin Roth now on course. Town Kid. Oh, and getting inside is Roth coming onto the lower section. But he does well to stay on course. Lakin Roth, a little pinch on that gate. He's really putting the hammer down. The racer from the Apex 2100 program, Steamboat Springs local. Well, look at Lakin Roth, really running aggressive as he takes it to the finish, putting it all on the line. Kyle Kagan on course. Kyle, a Bates College racer, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum. In it straight, right at the poles. Kagan, his younger brother Colin already down. Kyle Kagan looking to join him with a good run here today. The Bates College racer into his tuck. And approaching the finish goes Kagan. It's Jordan Simon now. One after another, the Steamboat racers come. Jordan now attending Dartmouth College. Oh my goodness. Representing the big green, Jordan Simon. Loves racing on his home hill here on All Out. We love having Jordan competing in the front of the home crowd. Solid run for Simon as Teddy Kim from Colorado Mountain College. Ooh, it's going to be exciting. Kim really direct coming onto the lower pitch. And it costs him there. You see him getting out in the soft snow. He's brought it back now. Let's some of the potential momentum onto the flats lost from Kim there. All right, now we're watching Nico Ricciuto. Oh, and Nico going to the inside. A big spray of snow, and Nico off course and tough break for the Middlebury College racer. Nico Ricciuto, that's not the kind of homecoming we were hoping for Nico. Tough break for the Middlebury racer. Nico Leunig now on course. Nico racing for Team Summit. Action down there on the lower part of the hill. Nico running a direct line, working off the rear part of the skis. Trying to generate speed as much as he can as he makes his way to the finish. Taylor Delaney. Now on course at the top of the lower pitch. Delaney, we see a higher line from Delaney. Getting the shape above the gates, really carving it back underneath the turns. It's a fine line. If you run too low, you get caught in the soft snow. If you run too high and bring those turns across the hill too much, you're giving up momentum down the hill. Tough balance these racers have to play. To wait the run of Samuel McDermott. This second run is going to be an exciting one. As we've got a hold on course. Sam McDermott a little bit of time to rehearse his run just a little bit more. Time for the slip crews to do a little bit of work out there on the hill. So a little bit of a course hold. We'll be back in just a few moments. All right, sounds like we've gotten the word. Our competitors are getting back into their skis. And we should be underway in just a moment. Big thank you to our prize money sponsors at this year's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. $40,000 in total being given out over the 4 days. Big thanks to the Edward Jones offices of Chris Puckett, David Baldinger Jr., Ron Simon, the Edward Jones offices of David Lamb, Dan Huber Jr., the Colgan Foundation, and Gwen Rogers for making this $40,000 prize purse available as Sam McDermott makes his way down the upper section of the all-out race trail. The Colorado Mountain College skier looking to put in a fast first run, maybe get inside that top 30 split and see if he can make something special happen on the second run, maybe get into some of that prize money. Top 3 overall, top 3 juniors, and the first place U18 all in on the money action, and McDermott going down on his side. An athletic move just to stay in the course, but he knows there's no way to recover from a mistake of that magnitude. A tough break for McDermott after the long wait to go. Oh, Bindis on course. Bindi racing for Loveland. The distinctive charging down the hill style, skiing it like a linebacker, making his way onto the lower section. Bindi driving hard. He's fast on the flats. Good strong run from Bindi towards the finish. Jack Sunshine on course right now. Jack, a member of the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club post-grad program. Jack Sunshine skiing it well down here below. Getting the best video treatment of the day is Jack Sunshine, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer, and putting together a nice run. Jack getting more and more comfortable on this hill. Great having Jack in the program here in Steamboat this year. Luke Dalton now on course from Montana State. Dalton onto the lower pitch. All very direct for Dalton. We saw the big stiv there waiting for his skis to get past the gate before he could pressure him around. Luke Dalton charging towards the finish. Veteran skier using all the tools in the toolbox. Try to be fast here at the Holiday Classic. Here comes Brady Malbuff. He's got some tools in his toolbox. The Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. A little bit low running, very direct is Malbuff, but he knows AJ Kitt's course setting style. He had room to recover in that delay, and he takes advantage. Good run for Will Uttendorfer now on course. Will coming on to the lower pitch, racing for Colorado Mountain College. Soten charging down here. Great skiing through those final 3 or 4 gates off the pitch. Well done through the delay as Uttendorfer makes his way towards the finish. We pick up Adrian Beauregard coming off the flats. Beauregard, the top U18 in yesterday's race. Can he make it a twofer here in these giant slaloms? He had 2 teammates breathing down his neck, one including his twin brother, Cayman. But another good, solid run, it looks like right now for Adrian. He makes his way through the final few gates. It's Ricky Shea hot on his heels. Shea, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Beauregard with a solid move up into 43rd, one of the bigger moves we've seen in some time. Ricky Shea hitting those gates, trying to let the skis run. To me, it looks like Ricky's really focusing on staying clean through that section. That's a good idea on the all-out race hill. You gotta be clean over the skis. No extra snow spray, no sliding. That's friction on the snow and that's speed lost. It's a momentum game here as Joshua Nelson, Colorado Mountain College racer, makes his way down the slope. Minnesota racer competing for CMC. Nelson heading toward the finish. Atticus Sanders now on course. Lone racer from the Jackson Hole Ski Club. It's great to have Atticus down here. He had a good day yesterday. Really liked his second run. Good strong skiing. You see him create shape, make sure he has room in order to carve a good clean turn, top to bottom. No double turns for Sanders. His way towards the finish. Tyler Hopkins makes his way across the flats, now onto the lower pitch. Hopkins racing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Look at the direct approach from T-Hop as he's really getting after it down here. He's got a good tempo on this lower pitch. His course set by his coach AJ Kitt seems to be suiting T-Hop well. I like the skiing from Tyler. Well done. Owen Wither now on course. The Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer was third in the battle of the U18s yesterday. Look at the charge. Look at the aggression. A double pole plant there from Wither. Classic old style. His dad probably pulled a few of those out in his heyday. Owen Wither looking strong down here on the lower section. Just behind him is Cayman Beauregard. U18 racers flourishing here in Steamboat. They swept the U18 men's podium yesterday. Springs Winter Sports Club athletes doing well. Cayman chasing after his twin brother Adrian. Bragging rights at the dinner table and perhaps a check for being the top U18. Lots on the line as Banks Biffle makes his way over the breakover onto the lower pitch. Biffle, nice fluid skiing. The lower part of the course. Van Glantz, the Loveland racer, our next competitor. Getting a little bit low. We see the puff of snow as he goes into the soft stuff just below the race line. He's back on track now. Precious momentum lost for Glantz. The hard thing, once you lose it, you can't buy it back on that lower section. Harder than the keyboard, Eric Strickler from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail into his tuck through the delay. Oh, and Strickler getting thrown, making an athletic move just to stay on course, but just when he thought things were safe down there on the flats, getting bounced. The energy from the turn, and Strickler having to make a good recovery, but he does put it through the finish. Moving up a few spots into 61st. Good job, Eric. This is a charge-in run from Sawyer Hutto. I talked about it yesterday. I haven't watched this kid ski before, but he's one I'm going to keep watching because he makes it exciting. All-out skiing. Kind of takes after Casey Puckett, his coach there at Aspen, and putting the hammer down, Sawyer Hutto. Strong run for the Aspen racer. Seth Montgomery now on course from Team Summit. If Seth can put together 2 good runs today, I liked what I saw from him. I'm remembering his second run being right on the money. That fine line. If you overdo it on this hill, even when you ski well, there tend to be a lot of skiers that can pass you up. And that's the fine line that Montgomery's playing with. Carson Simison is playing with a line that's way out in the soft snow. The Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer having all kinds of trouble coming onto the second pitch, but now he's got things righted. Through the delay, this is good skiing. But really a big detour up there coming onto the second pitch is going to be costly for Carson. A way to keep it going and staying on course, Carson, so you can get yourself a finish here at these Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Nicholas Bradford now on course. Oh, and getting bumped. He just a little bit rotated as he came into that bump. He does a really nice job, though. Instead of getting the back on line all at once and losing all of his momentum, he gradually tried to bring it back. That is veteran tactics for a skier after he's made a mistake. Tough break for Bradford to have made the mistake, but well done to do the best you could with what you had. Grayson Wickstrom now getting thrown wide and into the soft snow. All of a sudden, it's madness out here on the lower pitch of the all-out race slope. The Team Summit Racer's got it back on track now, grabbing his bully as he makes his way across the flats. Grayson Wickstrom. Oh, and low just before the road to the finish. Grayson Wickstrom making things exciting. Aiden Rafferty Olson, the Eldora racer, on the top of the lower pitch. You can see that he's trying to let the skis run, and he's done a good job. Rafferty Olson, that was a gutty run there for the Eldora racer. Cade Lawton now on course. Cade, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Look at those angles as he comes over the rise on the horizon. That was a pretty picture. I hope that our race photographers, Chuck and Tanya Coffey, were in that spot, because that would be a keeper. But trouble down lower for Lawton. All the momentum now is lost. A tough break for the U18 racer from Steamboat. So difficult for these U18s. You just have to persevere as they try to work on their rank. They try to move into a better start position from which they can attack in the future. Now it's Cantelli Fink, the racer from Mexico, making his way toward the finish. Move back up the hill for our next racer, Lachlan Brady. Lachlan, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Let's see Lachlan do something today. He had a rough day yesterday. Looking for something good today. This is his first ever Holiday Classic race, and Lachlan attacking this lower pitch. This is strong skiing from Brady. Everything moving down the hill. He's a bit on the tails, but he's keeping his momentum down the hill, letting the skis run. A good direct line, good skiing for Lachlan. Willem Bradford, another Winter Sports Club racer, hot on his heels. Lachlan making a move well up into the 70s. And that's all you can ask from these guys is improvement back here. It is such a tight, dense field. The quality of this field so high as Willem Bradford slicing and dicing his way towards the finish. The Steamboat Racers had a good run. In your best, the field is so deep, it's hard to make a really big move up through the ranks. Any move forward is a job well done today. Spencer Gustafson getting a little bit low on the lower pitch from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. That's fine. We're good now. We're fine now. There's 2 racers missing, but yeah, we're good now.
But that may be why you weren't getting time stuff. It's the computer is because it's split second.
Yeah. Huh, okay. Bergen Arbert's now on course from Team Summit. Oh, and out goes Harberts, getting bucked out of a little bump there, and Harberts DNF. 2 DNFs down there in that section. So let's make sure we've got everything in good shape for Miko Lewis, our next competitor. Getting ready to go. He's waiting in the start. All right, about 15 seconds and we'll be seeing Miko. Comes the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer Miko Lewis. Aggressive skate to that first gate. Miko Lewis charging out of the start. Good direct line, tight on those gates. Miko had a good run yesterday, and this is looking strong up here. Miko Lewis onto the lower pitch. Having a course hold at the start can maybe be a little bit distracting for the rhythm, but it's really good for those watching at home because you get the full length coverage on our live video stream, and Miko Lewis taking advantage and putting on a show. Good skiing for the Vail racer. Finnegan Norris from Loveland now on course. Making a nice move as we watch Finnegan on the lower section. Loveland racer heading toward the finish. Right behind him, it's Winston Tang from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Nice easy trip east on Highway 40 to get to Steamboat for these Park City racers. And down on the side goes Tang, making a nice recovery to stay in it. Out in the soft snow for a moment, but he's back at it. Tang. Bottom, Eric McLean. Top of the second pitch. Team Breckenridge competitor. Charging hard down the pitch. Strong angulation from the Team Breck skier. Back melts. On course as we pick up the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Nice shape for his turns up above the gates, making nice round turns down the lower pitch. Now he's got to let him run. Back melts, charging toward the finish. Above it's Dietz Gibson. To try to get him on the camera. Here comes Dietz. Tough work for these camera guys today. As we see Dietz skiing to the top of the screen. The sunshine feels nice. Hard to pick up the racers sometimes in these conditions. Dietz Gibson, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer, makes his way towards the finish. Jack Scheidemann now on the lower section, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Great to have Jack in Steamboat. Cities here, and he's put down a nice run. Sailor now on course. Auburn Ski Club. Wheel getting a little bit low, a little bit bucked there on the flats, but keeping it on course. Gus Smalls now on course. The Aspen racer, first year FIS racer, looking to put his stamp on things. The first order of business, continue to move up through the field, continue to work on getting your start position improved. Put 2 good finishes down in Steamboat, and next time you come out and race FIS GS, you're not going to be wearing 3 digits on your chest. Well done, Luca. Henry McBride from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale now on course. Indeed, Smalls in the low 70s for position, moving up about 30 spots. Well done, Lucas. Henry McBride from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Dashes towards the finish. Matthew Kafka, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer, coming into view up top on the second pitch. Getting a little bit low is Kafka, but doing a nice job to hold on without losing too much time. That was nice skiing for Kafka, good recovery, keeping his momentum. So important to keep that momentum as he comes onto the flats. Kafka charging down here on the lower section. Well done for Kafka as he approaches the finish. Jackson Fretwell, his teammate, now onto the lower pitch. Fretwell getting bounced a bit low, but he too knifing the turn coming onto the head wall. A little bit inside again on that red gate. The left footer is falling away on him just a little bit, but Fretwell pouring it on, charging towards the finish. Jackson Fretwell skiing well today on his home hill. Coda Kaiser. Both guys just one after another. It's the Winter Sports Club train here. Coda Kaiser running caboose, driving strong, skiing down the hill. Tight on the panels, dynamic with the skiing, hitting those edges perhaps a little bit hard for these conditions. But no major mistakes for Kaiser as Connor Wick now from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale makes his way on the lower pitch. This is nice fluid skiing. Light on his feet is Wick. He's got those bright pink booster straps that are absolutely perfect on a cloudy day. It's Grant Studness now on course. The Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer onto the lower section. Hard charging racing from Studness. Are all the way through the flats already. Bib number 107, Matthew McDermott. The Aspen racer throwing a shoe and he's out. Oh, and slamming the pole against the net. That is not what he was after today. So frustrating when the equipment does not work for you. Tough break for McDermott. He'll be a DNF. And that finish, all he was looking for was the finish today. Sometimes ski racing can be so brutal. Tough break for the Aspen racer. Weston Roach now on course, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer. Done with finals, I'm thinking, and ready to do some ski racing at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Weston Roach approaching the finish. As we await the run of William Erickson. at that time from Roach, into the top 60. Again, our times unofficial. Our live timing feed. We've got the times for 2 racers. They just did not transfer over to live timing. William Erickson gets ready. 2 racers left. The Ski and Snowboard Club Vail product. Taking it in. 10 seconds to go. Follow him start to finish. Here comes William Erickson, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Good smooth skiing up off the pitch at the top. The delay onto the flats is the speed ticket. Erickson looks good across the flats. Here he comes onto the lower pitch. Erickson charging down this lower section. The snow holding up so well. Hard to believe we've had 110 racers down the hill. Big shout out to our heel crew here at Steamboat Resort, the coaches at the Winter Sports Club, and the Colorado Mountain College that poured the water on the hill. Scott Romano, our groomer, doing the work to keep everything in great shape. We've got outstanding racing conditions today as our last racer, Ryan Edelman from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, takes to the course. Gap in our coverage. Extra camera battery that I brought in. Said I've got enough battery for 110 racers, not 111. Here comes Ryan onto the lower pitch. Bowman shaping some nice round turns. Good rhythm and tempo. Edelman skiing his way across the flats towards the finish line. A nice run for him. That's going to wrap up our first run of racing for the day 2 Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Giant Slalom. We'll have those official results for everybody soon. We know it's going to be exciting on the second run because we've seen how incredibly stacked this field is from about 3rd to 30th, really, in the split. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We are scheduled to be back with the women at 12:45 Mountain Time. We're going to keep the cameras on. The racing action will begin again. Again, shooting for 12:45. We'll post if there's any change in the schedule, as we did have a few delays in our first run, but it'll certainly be close. Thanks for tuning in and watching race number 1, and we will be back in just a little bit with race number 2 for the women.
We need, right? We need this one.
Okay, looks like we are ready to go. Our first forerunner on course for the women's second run here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Thanks for tuning in. We are in for a treat this afternoon. Should be some great racing as the sun is full on out on the all-out slope. So the story, Kirsty Moritz, our leader after the first run for the women's race. And she is followed closely by U18 racer Vika Zadzeva in second. Yesterday's giant slalom champion, Louison Lecombre, was our third place finisher in the first run. And they are tightly stacked. It's anybody's race. The entire top 10, in fact, tightly stacked. Less than a second apart for our first racers. Top 10 racers after the first run. So this is going to be exciting. No doubt about it. Cole Wordley is going to be the first one to put her stamp on the course this afternoon. As Nicole gets ready to go up top. And the jury's got a thumbs up from our forerunners, Nicole Wordley getting ready to go. We were hoping to get you Peter Lemongello on the call for this second run, but we weren't able to connect the audio in a way that you would be able to hear. So tomorrow at Howelson, a little easier setup. Squeegee Pepperone and Peter Lemongello will be on the air with you. I'll try to bring it home for everybody here in this second run as Nicole Wordley pulls over the wand and pushes out of the start. And we are underway. Run number 2, Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Giant Slalom. Day 2, Nicole Wordley from the Loveland Ski Club setting the pace down the first pitch. She comes, this course set by her coach, Buka Smith. What an opportunity to run first on a course set by your own coach. Nicole Wordley will be looking to take advantage as we get a look at this beautiful, sunshiny, all-out race hill. Wide open turns down there on the lower pitch. Big, roomy gates back and forth. Looks like a ton of fun as Nicole Wordley lays both those skis over, carves some beautiful turns down coming off the pitch. That's exactly how you want to do it. All right, Jessica Blackburn now on course. Nevada Reno skier making her way onto the lower section. Big sweeping turns. A little different flavor of a set. The top part is very straight. Kind of like a prototypical NASTAR set. Then on the lower pitch, it gets way more technical. Lots of room between the gates, but big swingy turns. As we watch Jessica Blackburn head to the finish, we watch Abby Olson make her way down. This is going to be one to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Abby Olson recovering from injury, back on skis, back on her home hill, feels so good, got herself into a great position after the first run from which she can do some damage. And she's making her way down now. A good looking run for Abby. Into her tuck. Abby Olson, the opportunity in front of her. Coming back from injury, always so hard. Abby's done a nice job. That's a good looking run for the Winter Sports Club skier. Maisie Douglas now on course. Here comes Maisie into view on the lower pitch. Nicely, Wordley holding on to the lead, taking advantage of the course set by her coach, Buka Smith. It's Izzy Washburn now. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alumna, racing for Dartmouth College. Onto the lower pitch comes Washburn. Still holding on to the lead at the finish. Washburn running direct, but getting pushed out into the low line. A little bit softer snow down there. Hard to be clean when you get in that soft snow for Washburn. She's charging. She drops into her tuck, heads towards the finish. We go back up to the top, and Celine Samarova from the Czech Republic making her way onto the beach. Samarova onto the lower pitch, racing for the Czech Republic. Washburn into second. Wordley continuing to hold on to the lead. What a run for the British skier representing Great Britain. She's a dual citizen racing for Loveland Ski Club. Here comes Samarova. She's a Czech Republic racer. Samarova looking strong as she makes her way towards the finish. Just a few gates after our camera person down there at the bottom is we've got a Canadian on course now from Dartmouth College. Gimme Longchamps. Wordley still in the lead down below. Longchamps is looking strong down here. Good aggressive skiing for the Dartmouth racer. Shaping her turn there as she transitions from the pitch to the flats. Longchamps charging towards the finish. Let's see if that stands the test. Ashley Campbell now on course from the University of Colorado. Campbell making her way to the lower section. Campbell towards the finish. Solveig Moritz now on course. Solveig. And to watch, Ashley Campbell has moved into the lead. We finally have a lead change at the bottom. Nicole Wordley had put such a solid run in. As Solveig Moritz tackles the lower part of the course. Solveig from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale heading towards the finish. Up at the top, getting a little bit wide, Molly Mueller. A rodeo run, but Molly's sticking her nose in the fall line. She is really getting after it, the Colby College racer. As Solveig Moritz takes her spot at the top, down at the finish right now. About a third of the way through our flip 30. Molly Mueller now, a little bit more room up here. I really saw her skiing aggressively at the top. Now skiing a little bit smarter. The second pitch more technical than the first. As Molly Mueller from Colby College approaches the finish, it looks like she's had a good run. It's going to be Maddie Kaiserman, our next competitor on course, the University of Utah racer. Onto the flats. The beach section, as we call it. Solveig Moritz, our top skier at the finish right now. What an outstanding run she had. She holds on to the lead. Kaiserman. Oh, and getting wide for Kaiserman, and she's out.
Standing
Break for Maddie as Mia Hunt makes her way onto the course right now. The racer out of Park City now competing for the Denver University Pioneers. Putting it to this hill. Mia looking to make a strong move on this second run. Try to get herself into the prize money down there at the bottom. These women tightly stacked. And there's opportunity for somebody to be a big mover here in the second run. We already saw it with Wordley making a strong move, but Hunt in trouble at the top of the head wall. The terrain on this side of the course, and being the final race day, the course, the hill is bumpier. Lots of little micro terrain. It's really going to be a challenge for the racers. It's going to be an excellent test for them as Hunt moves towards the finish. Zimmerman moves down the upper part of the course. And on to the beach section, Zoe Zimmerman from Dartmouth College. Section as Mia Hunt moves into the lead. Mia Hunt with that top spot, doing well to recover from that mistake coming onto the head wall. The good thing about a mistake in that area, and she knows from her days training at Park City on CB's run, if you can just stay on course, the momentum is back immediately as Zoe Zimmerman now makes her way towards the finish. Our next racer will be Carly Elzinger, but we've got a brief hold on course as we await Carly's run and look to the time for Zimmerman moving into third. So 13 racers down, 17 to go in the split as we move from the 30th place finisher in the first run all the way down to first fastest skier. That being Kirsty Moritz. A chance to catch our breath a little bit. Nicole Wordley, first racer out of the start, still has the fastest time of the day on this second run, of course set by her coach, Buka Smith. But she's dropped back into fifth overall at this moment. Mia Hunt's currently taking up that top spot. Right behind Mia by 0.03 of a second, it's Solveig Moritz, the U18 racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Zoe Zimmerman from Dartmouth College, just a couple tenths behind that in third. All right, it sounds like we've got a clear course down there. Carly Elzinger from Dartmouth College will be our next racer on course. We'll see her in about 40 seconds. Give her a chance to buckle her boots and get ready. Thanks for tuning in and watching this year's Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Giant Slalom. This is the last run of GS for the women. They'll switch to the slalom skis tomorrow with an afternoon first run and an evening second run under the lights. It's going to be a magical night at Howelson Hill. But we've got 17 racers on the hill still with the chance to be part of this $4,500 in prize money going out to our top female competitors today as Carly Elzinger, Dartmouth College, looks to take her run. Pushing out of the start, here comes Elzinger. This top section of the course, it's like a NASTAR up here. You just stick your nose in the fall line and go. No tricks at all. Now onto the flats. It's still very direct and straight. Speeds are high as they make the transition onto the lower pitch. Now onto the lower pitch, we see the swing start to develop and lots of room between the gates. But right here, they come over the head wall, very steep part of the trail. The camera doesn't do it justice. Those turns very technical through this section. Elzinger handling it well. Now it's important to maintain the speed coming off the pitch onto the flat section by the tack shed. And Elzinger looking strong, making her way towards the finish. As we go back to the top and look for Stella Buckheister. Stella ripping onto the beach section. Carly into the top position as we watch Buckheister make her way over the breakover and onto the lower pitch, racing for Denver University, the Pioneer, looking to make her stamp as a freshman on a highly talented DU squad. And Buckheister looking strong here in her first FIS Giant Slalom. Her second day of racing here for the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Looking to make another strong move, aggressive in her tuck is Buckheister. She heads towards the finish. We go to Hannah Soria on course. Hannah racing for Colby College. Soria, a great collegiate career, great junior career, skiing here at Steamboat Vale. And now at Colby College, enjoying every minute being back on the all-out race hill. Another holiday classic for Hannah. She's got a bunch to her name. Skiing well is Soria. Buckheister, our current leader at the finish. Soria looking to move out in front with her run as these girls keep getting faster and faster. Liv Moritz now on course. Onto the lower section comes Moritz. Soria into second. Buckheister holding on to the top spot. A good day for Buckheister. The top 15 assured for her. Moritz, though, Denver University, her teammate, putting down a nice run. Elena Exenberger now on course. Exenberger, CU Buffalo. She hails from Austria. Taking that top spot with the fastest second run of the day. There's some separation at the top now, 0.7 of a second. It's going to be a big task for Exenberger. Is she up to it? Here she comes towards the finish as Riley Gross-Didier heads down the top of the first pitch. Talked about it in between the races. The University of Colorado, 3 skiers in the top 13 after the first run, but the Gross-Didier family has 3 skiers in the top 12. Riley from Dartmouth College, the eldest. We put 3 Gross-Didiers in the top 10. Riley, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alumna, getting a little bit wide and low, coming off the top pitch there. Trying to hold things together, keep that momentum going. As she works her way towards the finish, Riley Gross-Didier. It's Liv Moritz on top. Gross-Didier making her way towards the finish. And Gross-Didier will finish in 3rd position for the moment. So the top 3 at this point in the race, Liv Moritz from the Denver University and the Stiefel US ski team. Fastest second run, she is in the lead. Elena Exenberger from the University of Colorado in second. Riley Gross-Didier in third. Stella Buckheister in fourth. Hannah Soria currently in 5th place. And we are down to our top 11 skiers from the first run is Nicola Roundtree-Williams. Awaits for a clearing down there at the bottom. Nicola's eyes focused on the course, thinking of the run ahead. Roundtree-Williams skied with Colorado Mountain College last year, and the CMC program has been a launching pad for many a great athlete. Nicola Roundtree-Williams, a prime example, had a great year last year with the CMC Flying Eagles. Now a Pioneer. Denver is lucky to have her. And she gets to take advantage of the experience that she's gained on this hill training with CMC over the years past. Last year, As Nicola gets ready to go, pushes out of the start. Here she comes, Nicola Roundtree-Williams is on course. Roundtree-Williams, good smooth run at the top. Across the flats, a little spray of snow. Now onto the lower pitch for Roundtree-Williams. Her teammate at DU, Liv Moritz, in the top spot at the moment. Roundtree-Williams really shaping the turns, maintaining elevation there. Now right in this section, will she let him run? Yes, she does. A direct approach coming. I like the tactics from Roundtree-Williams.
33 on course, 3 did not start.
For the finish, she comes, and back to the top. We're watching Logan Gross-Didier, the second of the Gross-Didier sisters, to take to the slope here today. Logan, the youngest of the three, a first-year FIS racer, having a phenomenal season. Finally moving up in start position so she could start closer to the front of the pack with bib 33. And now the opportunity to really take advantage. She was 9th fastest in that first run. Or 10th fastest, sorry. And she's having a nice run here on their second try. Good opportunity for Gross-Didier. Sarah Rask now on course. And Logan Gross-Didier moves into the lead by a healthy margin. What an exciting race for the first year FIS athlete, Sarah Rask, now on course. She is a veteran. A senior from Denver University, racing out of Sweden. Sarah has been blistering her way down these slopes for years. Many holiday classic successes to her name, as Sarah ripping her way towards the finish. We watch Caitlin Keene on the upper section as she makes her way onto the beach. Sarah Rask into the lead. That veteran savvy from Rask, knocking off the useful Gross-Didier from the top of the podium at the moment, but we still have plenty of racers left. Caitlin Keene, one of them, skiing very well right now, in fine form. Nice, smooth skiing down the lower pitch for Keene. Aggressive onto the flats now. Good skiing from Keene as she makes her way towards the finish. Her teammate Paige DeHart on the SSWSC team on the upper section of the course. Keene through the finish into second place. At the moment is Paige DeHart. 6th fastest from the first run, making her way down on the lower pitch. Strong skier. Good smooth down here, quick with her pressure. Trying to make sure she doesn't over-ski anything. Pushing her way towards the finish. Right behind this is Kathinka Lunder from the University of Colorado. Lunder having a nice run. You see the little bit of terrain there coming over the head wall. It's a fun section. Looks like a blast to ski. Conditions absolutely perfect out here today as Lunder looking to take advantage. She's charging hard towards the finish. And Lunder down to the bottom, and we go back up to the top. And this is Tatum Gross-Didier, the last of the Gross-Didier sisters. Onto the course, Tatum at the University of Utah, also the Stiefel US Ski Team, a Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alumna. And what a treat to watch all three Gross-Didier girls racing on the same race, same hill, same day. Putting on a show. Gross-Didier looking strong. She was 3rd yesterday. She'd love to move up a spot or two, get on the podium again, maybe to the top spot. Gross-Didier charging toward the finish. And now yesterday's race winner, Louisan Acombre, the French racer, freshman at the University of Colorado. On course, she was third fastest after the first run. It's Sarah Rask holding on to the lead. Acambre getting low, coming off the pitch. You saw the spray of snow, the skis chattering towards the bottom of the turn. That's going to be tough for the CU racer as she makes her way onto the flats down here. Acambre into her tuck toward the finish. Acambre will make her way to the line. Moving back into fifth position. Sarah Rask, guaranteed a top three, a spot on the podium. What step will it be? Vika Zadzeva, second after the first run. Racing for the Apex 2100 Academy program in Teen, France. And Vika generate the power out of the first few turns, really working the ski. The set extremely direct up top, very straight, very quick. Zadzeva clearly skiing with the foot on the gas pedal. As Zadzeva makes her way over the breakover onto the final pitch. Vika staying strong. Good smart line down the pitch. Now she lets the skis run. Vika Zadzeva, no mistakes to speak of as she put the hammer down enough to overtake our leader, Sarah Rask, at the finish. Here she comes. It's Kirsty Moritz now up top, the fastest skier in that first run. We'll look to pick her up at the bottom. Kirsty Moritz. A strong-looking run. Zadzeva into second. Sarah Rask holding on to the top spot. Kirsty Moritz, the one skier with a realistic chance to unseat her for the $2,000. Going to our race winner today, Kirsty Moritz. A strong-looking run. This is really good skiing for the national team racer. And Moritz into her tuck as she makes her way towards the line. We look to the clock. And we see Kirsty Moritz into the top spot, taking the win by 1/10 of a second. Wow. Very close racing down there. Impressive run from Sarah Rask. She put down the fastest second run of the day, but not quite enough to stay ahead of Kirsty Moritz. And our top three, as we look at the standings, Moritz, Rask, Zadzeva, separated by 17/100ths of a second. What a great race for those girls as Lucy Worth now has work to do. Lucy in the 31st spot. She skied a great first run, just missing the flip. But snow conditions are still excellent. Worth can make a move. The very strong skier from Jackson Hole. Now onto the lower section. Worth into her tuck across the flats. We call that the beach. Now onto the lower pitch comes Worth as we move to a faster interval. Worth putting the hammer down. I always say that after the first race leader comes down and you're in 31st, you want to make it hard for the spectators to tell whether the top 30 flip is over. And Lucy Worth skiing right there with the big girls with a fine run down there. Well done for Lucy Worth. Unfortunately, Josephine Trueblood is off course, a DNF up high, and we will have to pick up some great skiing from Jose in the slalom races at Howelson Hill. Ella Snyder now on course from Dartmouth College, the Team Summit alumna. I'm sure enjoying the Colorado snow. As she, a member, the whole team came out with Coach John Dwyer to take advantage of this great racing opportunity at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Great to see Ella back on the slopes of Steamboat And skiing well, the Dartmouth College racer, charging. She wants it. Good skiing for Snyder. Julia Cunningham, Team Palisades Tahoe, our next competitor on course. Here she comes over the breakover and onto the lower pitch. Cunningham getting a little bit wide. We see the spray of snow on that steepest part of the hill, but she's got it back on track now. Good quick turns, dancing her way over that last piece of terrain. Pushed her a little bit low. Just lots of little terrain elements on this course. And if you're not well balanced up over your ski, they can buck you, put you in a spot where you don't want to be. It's a challenge for these racers. Is Maddie Welling now coming onto the lower pitch. Welling racing for Colorado Mountain College. Good skiing for Welling. Back up and off course, it looks like. Tough break up there. That was Trudeau having some trouble, and now it's Brooke Brown. Brooke Brown on the upper section of the course from Romark. Brooke Brown quickly becoming one of my favorite racers. She really gets after it. I love skiers that take chances and are aggressive with their approach. Get a little bit twisted up there. A little sideways, that cost her. Getting inside, it's not the most technically pretty run, but the attitude, she's pouring it down the hill. Really taking every chance. Brooke Brown towards the finish.
I'll bring you on. I gotta go down and straighten some stuff, so. Okay.
As we go back up the hill and look to pick up another Colorado Mountain College racer, Campbell Butzloff. Brooke Brown, or Campbell Butzloff, now onto the lower section. Good looking run for the CMC skier. Now it's Katie Grislack. Katie racing with Team Summit. Oh, and Katie getting swung wide. Excited to see Katie training with Team Summit here in Colorado. Long-time Michigan racer. We get some more laps on the big slopes as Annabelle Zerbay takes her turn. Zerbay, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, running the low line. Zerbay, another one of these competitors that's taking the direct approach. Full gas, taking chances. But we see her losing her outside ski a little bit. Really hard. It takes a whole lot of strength to maintain that direct line and be able to still be dynamic over the skis. Create the clean turns that these athletes are looking for as we look for Sophia Palmquist now on course. Palmquist from Team Summit. And right on her tails, it's Alaska Speedy. Representing New Zealand and training this winter with Aspen. Alaska Speedy in and out of her tuck. Love the permanent winter for the New Zealand racer. Nadia Loinig in the start. Unfortunately, that was a DNF for Emma Reynolds from Dartmouth up high. So Nadia Loinig will take her turn. Nadia, there's no holding her back. One of these racers that's full send. She made a strong move up. 76, the bib number. That means she's had to attack from the back, the roughest snow, the most difficult conditions. Ski racing is a difficult sport. You don't get cut any breaks. You've got to work your way up through the ranks. Only the strong survive, and Nadia, a very strong skier, skiing well. As she makes her way towards the bottom, Hazel Fernley already off the beach and onto the lower section. The Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer looking to put down a good final run in giant slalom on her home hill, the all-out race trail. Hazel Fernley, the U18 racer, having a great start to her FIS racing career. Strong skiing. I've been impressed with what I've seen from Hazel as she makes her way towards the finish. Now it's Ariana Aben Ribeiro from Portugal, racing with the Loveland Ski Club, getting twisted there, Ariana. Oh, and off course she goes. Tough break for the Loveland racer. Samara Boyer now on course. Boyer Quantum Sports racer getting wide and going out. Tough break for Boyer. Devin Phillips on course. Devin goes out. All of a sudden, the course rearing its teeth. Showing its teeth. The racer's having some trouble, and Anastasia Stocker wants to put an end to that. Now racing for Colorado Mountain College. Stocker, Colorado Mountain College racer this year. What a great program. Scott, oh no, and Stocker getting the skis hung up, does the GS straddle, and you never want to do that, and that was the steepest part of the hill. I'm impressed. It took all of her strength and athleticism for that not to turn into something worse. So well done to stay upright, but not the result she wanted. Now it's been 4 in a row. Let's see if Jobson can undo this terrible trend of DNFs. Annika Jobson. On the lower section. She's safely through the tough stuff. She makes her way towards the finish. It's Mackenzie Cross now, Team Summit racer on the lower section. Cross, another skier from the back of the pack, charging hard, skiing so well. Mackenzie Cross improving her position. We need a finish for Mackenzie. That'll improve her bib number, her start position to get 2 results in the bank. Establish her FIS profile. And well done as she skis out of view. Just a couple gates to go for Cross. Now it's Shea Armistead that we look to catch. Armistead racing for Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Cross does cross the finish. That's great to see. Get her a good FIS result out of girl is Shea Armistead. Makes her way towards the finish. Another racer looking to take advantage of the scoring opportunities today. Whitney Diamond now on course. Colorado Mountain College racer. Height to the gates for Diamond, very direct line. Teammate Jesse Ferguson from Canada, now on course. I was trying to talk about it a little bit earlier. The Colorado Mountain College program, their women's team really has grown. And that is so wonderful to see. Really important addition to the Rocky Mountain Intercollegiate Ski Association. Program is not NCAA eligible for the championships, but they're very competitive on the RMISA circuit, and they've been a great place for skiers to find their footing, get some great academics at the CMC campus here in Steamboat Springs, and move forward in their racing careers. As Eva Croni-Ferruli from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail makes her way towards the bottom, already across the flats up top is Stella Stinnett. Stella getting twisted and low. What? Oh my goodness, that was so athletic. Such great skiing to stay in it. Stella, that was out of your mind skiing coming off the pitch. That could have been all kinds of trouble, and I think she actually came out faster for it. Super impressive. A tough break up there. It was a did not finish for Abby Snook. Some trouble right on the transition coming onto the top flats. So now we're watching Caitlin Zatorski from Aspen on course. Caitlin. Nice job working the ski across the beach section. Now starting to come into view on the lower pitch. Getting pushed a little bit wide, but doing a nice job staying right in there. Zatorski, the Aspen racer, making some nice turns on the lower section of the all-out race hill. Now into her tuck. She drops out of view. Our next racer comes into view at the top. Camille Natter. These 30-second intervals, the racer's too fast. We try to catch them up on the flats, and they're already past the coaches onto the lower section. Camille Natter grabbing her tuck from Loveland. This course set by her coach, Buka Smith. Jasmine Whitaker now makes her way from Boston College onto the lower section. In a good round line. The round line allows her to be cleaner over the skis, but she has to travel a longer distance. The tactical game that these racers play. They're skiing shorter line. Sometimes you can do both. That's why you spend all that time in the gym. Ella Dre Caballero, Mexican racer, training with Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, now on course. Ruthie DeMino right behind her. Ruthie from Team Summit. Oh, getting pushed wide is Ruthie. But right back on track. The Team Summit racer looking solid. And on course right now, Marin Elvidge. Colby Sawyer. Charging hard. Marin now onto the flats. She loves this race hill, loves competing at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, loves the all-out race hill, loves the sunshine here in Steamboat. Maren Elvidge approaching the finish. Next competitor, Samara Hitt. On course. Quick edge switch between turns. See the hands come forward. Trying to work into a tuck whenever she can. Hitt making her way towards the finish line. As Roxy Kroger makes her way onto the lower section. Kroger. Good turns on that lower pitch. Technical section. Roxy skiing it well. Some really nice turns coming onto the flat through that transition as well. If you can ski that section, it should give you some gains. Like a job well done for Roxy. Eden Bohart now on course. The Aspen racer. Approaching the bottom. Bohart, well done, all the way across the flats already. There's Sophia Stanley behind her from Loveland. Working hard to get that early pressure in the turn. You see the skis roll over on edge. The athletes can stand strong over the ski as they approach that breakover. Stand strong on the ski early in the turn, push against it. You use gravity to your advantage. Some good skiing from Sophia. So we've got a course hold. Darian Kenny gets ready to go. Kirsty Moritz sitting down in the finish with the unofficial lead in this race by 1/10 of a second over Sarah Rask. Vika Zatseva just 7/100ths behind Rask in a very exciting finish to the afternoon run. 4 women to go. And then about 15 minutes to switch the courses over, and we'll start with the men. A chance for Kenny to think about her run one more time, maybe close the eyes, visualize her way down the course. The athletes rehearse their run in their head before they take their race run. That way it feels like they've skied the course many times before they actually do. Only one chance to prove it here on race day. At training, they get several runs on the course.
Thank you.
First run is what's important for race day, and Darian Kenny has got the clear. She'll be going on this next interval. There's no holding her back. Oh, maybe there is. I like the attitude for Darian Kenny. She heard that start beeper. She's like, I am going. You are not holding me back. But they grabbed her. She's got another 20 seconds now. Now it'll be her turn. Kenny, fired up. Now the poles go over their wand for real. Darian Kenny. And off she goes. Kenny from Aspen. View of her line on this beach section. Skiing the high line through there. Now onto the lower pitch comes Kenny. Double pole plant over that hump. A neat terrain feature. They kind of come up and over, and then the steepest part of the course is right above her now. Starts to flatten out through this section. A little piece of terrain right there on that blue gate, and now it's put the foot on the gas pedal across the flats right here. Darian Kenny charging towards the finish. Back up top, our next racer. It's Morgan Phillips. Two Aspen teammates running back to back. Phillips across the middle flat, skiing well, good clean turns. Now onto the lower pitch for Phillips. Very steep through those turns. Nice turn, carving those skis around the blue gate. Try to minimize the snow spray. If you see just a little bit of snow spray, they've carved the turn well. More snow spray, a little bit more of a slide, and that's friction that slows them down. Phillips laid down a few beautiful turns up there. She makes her way towards the finish. Hazel Barker pushes out of the start. You see the nice kick through the wand. Her feet, the last part of her body to go through. The clock starts when the wand opens. So well done out of the start for Barker, the Aspen racer. Everything counts. Every little detail must be tended to if these racers want to be fast and move forward in this talented field. Barker past the coaches at pick point and onto the lower pitch. Barker, our final racer, putting down a fine run. We like to see a good run to wrap things up, and that'll do it. Nice job, Hazel. That brings us to the end for the women's giant slalom. The giant slalom races are done for the ladies here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. We've got the men's race to go. Start time scheduled for 2 o'clock. We're not quite going to hit that. Probably about 15 minutes from now. But stay tuned. We'll keep the cameras on, and men will be underway here momentarily.
Well,
All right, we are getting very close to being back in action. Close, but not quite. Forerunners are ready to go. Just awaiting for the course clear to kick things off for a very exciting second run of racing here for the men's giant slalom. Less than 2 seconds separating our top 30. Our top three after the first run from the men's race. Rafael Lessard from the University of Utah in first. Yesterday's race winner, Jos Erland, in second, and Adrian Mindehunsheimer from Denver University in third. All right. It's been hurry up and wait, but wait no more. We've got a forerunner on course. It's time to see our second run, our final run of giant slalom here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, the men's second run. We move to slalom tomorrow, but we've got a very exciting second run to watch. This afternoon, our first forerunner comes into view down below. This second run has got a different character for sure, and it will be interesting to watch because our field is so tightly stacked from the first run that I expect we will see some significant shuffling in the order in this second run. Turnier, more terrain on this course, lots of different variations, certainly more tricks to this course. Competitors to try to figure out. It looks like a fun one. Really the most terrain use of the hill that I've seen all week. And I'm happy to see it for the last day. The challenge should be high. We've got $4,500 in prize money going out to today's top skiers. And Jules Clarice from France, the Rocky Mountain College Racers, the first one to take a stab at it. College racer pushing on course. Jules Clarice. Big turns here. The fall away on those left footers, it's hard to see from the camera angle, but very steep. And that's very abrupt transition right down there onto the flats that we just saw Jules go through. Glad to see that it worked well for him. If you come into that too low, it is going to eat you up. So that's something to watch for here on this second run as they come over onto the second pitch. Just big swingy turns down here on this course set by Doug Elsey of Team Summit, and Clarice lining it up well. Very nice turns, but it's tight in there. You can see speeds are down. There are 3 more turns on this course than there were on the first as Clarice makes his way towards the finish. Catch up with our second racer out of the gate, Stewie Bruce. Looking for Stewie to see if he can do something special like he did yesterday on the second run. Third fastest second run of the day for Stewie. And he took advantage of that early start. There is no doubt he is fired up. The Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. And it's good skiing down here. Navigating the terrain well. No problems. Perfect snow conditions. Stewie Bruce taking full advantage. So we await the run of Dominic Shackleton. Stewie Bruce again into the lead. I thought Clarice skied very well, so the fact that Stewie is snaked ahead is a sign that the post-grad racer out of Ski and Snowboard Club Vail has got some good vibes and good skiing going. This is going to be fun. So Dominic Shackleton, the Middlebury College racer, awaiting in the start. Ivor Nays will be next. We're counting them down from 30th down to first after that first run. And a little bit of course repair down there. So 2 racers down. Course looking like it's running about 3 seconds slower than the first run, similar to yesterday. So perhaps those skiers that had good runs in the second run yesterday can repeat that. Stewie Bruce had a fantastic second run yesterday. It looks like he's done the same again here today. Seeing our top spot, but still 28 racers to go that were in that top area. And how densely the field was stacked even once we get beyond the top 30. There's skiers that have a chance to make a move. So who's going to feel the afternoon magic in the sunshine here at Steamboat Ski Resort? It's been a great couple of days of giant slalom racing, and the forecast is for more of the same. Lots of sunny skies as we move to the slalom tomorrow. The first runs will be in the afternoon. Tentatively, the first run scheduled for 1:30 tomorrow, and then the night runs start at 5:30 under the lights at Howelson Hill. It's magical. The whole town comes out, fire pits, glühwein, European race atmosphere. It's like being at a World Cup. The crowd is rowdy, wild, cowbells ringing, and Dominic Shackleton looking to make some noise here on his second run as we've got a course clear and Shack is on course. This big followays up here in the top, cool angle for these athletes on this top section. It's a little bit tricky in there, and getting pushed low is Shackleton. Oh, super costly on the flats. And I was wondering in inspection whether that might trip some people up. And unfortunately, Shackleton, the first victim. Very sharp, the terrain transition. You can't tell from the camera angle, but it is extremely difficult. The first 2 racers made through it no problem, but Shackleton maybe giving it a little bit more. Didn't set it up, and he goes out. Ivor Nace now from the Nevada Reno on course, the Norwegian. Getting a little push low already out of the start. Breaking off that gate. Now right in here, that's the transition. And Nays is fine through that transition. Good across the flats for Nays. Starting to have great respect for the first 2 runs we saw. Stewie Bruce and Jules Clarice up there. It's going to be fascinating to see how this course holds up. Tricky turns down there, Nace, getting thrown a little bit. But Nace skiing a nice solid run. As we look to the time at the finish, Stanley Buzik getting ready to go. Nace skiing into second. So Stanley Buzik. racer out of Team Summit, now competing for the SSWSC ski team. Congratulations, Stanley, on your NORAM win up in Panorama. Fun to see where this man is going to take his ski racing journey. It would be great to see some slalom shining results for the Americans. It's been a tough slog on the World Cup circuit for the men. Ben Ritchie, Jet Seymour pumping in some good results this year to get started. And hopefully maybe top 10s start to come into view for the Americans and eventually up onto the podium. Zek's got himself a future. Slalom is strongest event, but he's thrown down some good giant slalom as well. Laps the poles over the start wand. It's a course clear for Buzek, and he is on course. Stanley, got to be level on these turns up top. See the little step in there, the big fall away. Now the transition, tight turn right in here. Boo's getting pushed low, but he's an athletic cat. Stays on course, doesn't cost him too much. But the errors are magnified in that section because of the flats ahead. Now onto the lower pitch for Buzek. Technical turns. These course swings back and forth. Doug Elzey, Buzek's coach at Team Summit, so he should be familiar with this kind of set. Buzek makes his way to the finish. Yol Torres Casas, Rocky Mountain College on course. Welcome to all of our listeners from Spain cheering Añol on. Getting a little bit low there for Añol, but keeps it headed to the finish. Camden Palmquist now on course. Palmquist, a member of the SSWSC team and also a Team Summit alum. Team Summit having success, pushing those guys, developing them up to the national team level, and Palmquist goes on his side and out. Camden Palmquist off course. And that leaves the course for one to watch, Axel Lindenmeyer. I was impressed with Stewie Bruce's second run yesterday, being so fast from the first position, but Axel Lindenmeyer skiing into the top 15 on the second run, starting out in the 30s, maybe was my impressive run of the day. But getting a little bit low. He got sucked into that tough turn coming off the pitch. It's an abrupt transition the way this course is set onto the flats. Definitely cost him a bit of time. Now he's got to make it up. Bruce was phenomenal top to bottom, and Axel's on his side and off course. Oh, tough break for Axel Lindenmeyer. Okmic on course now, up at the top. Emir racing from Bosnia. Oh, and he's hammering up here. The high pressure, so he should be set up for that transition. He does well. Amir skiing well off the top. Across the flats he goes, and now we look for him as he disappears for a couple turns before we catch him on the lower camera. The Bosnian racer putting on a clinic here. Good high line. Strong tactics, pushed a little wide on a couple gates, but now he's got the rhythm. Needs to carry the momentum onto the flats. Stewie Bruce was absolutely perfect. There's not much room, not much margin. These skiers so closely packed. Samir makes his way towards the finish. Alex Krupka makes his way across the top flats. Krupka, Ski and Snowboard Club Vale racer. Onto the lower pitch comes Krupka. Bit twisted, but keeping the skis moving down the hill. A tall, lanky skier. You can see the angles in his skiing as Krupka makes his way toward the finish. It's Charlie Welch now on course up above. Charlie from St. Lawrence University, the Steamboat Springs alum. Skiing strong up top. No problems for Charlie. Running the low line across the flats. Bruce holding on to the top spot yet again. Here on this second run as Charlie Welch takes his turn to try to unseat the Vail Racer. Charlie hustling, doing everything he can to gain speed across the flats into his tuck. The more aggressive approach we've seen. And he makes his way towards the finish. Jack Reich makes his way towards the flats. No problem in that transition for Reich. Well done for the CU Buffalo. Charlie Welch into second. Stewie Bruce hanging on to the top spot as the CU Buffalo, Jack Reich, takes his turn. Reich looking strong. Oh, getting pushed a little bit low there on the flats. A small mistake by the looks of things, but they get magnified on the flats. Jack Reich indeed skiing into third place. Mistake could have been the difference. As Carson Hume gets ready to go up top. The coursework being done down below before Carson's run. Carson yesterday making a strong move in that second run. I would say Hume is in a very good position. While the place for Hume in the first run, 17th, the time from our leader for Hume, very small. So somebody in this area of the field could make a move that puts them all the way up into the top 5 if they can really ace this run. Hume storming out of the start, getting a little bit low on that fall away red gate. Nice transition onto the flats for Hume. This is good skiing from Carson. He's been working hard, the postgraduate racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Give it one more year to focus on his racing. Strong skiing on the lower pitch. See a little bit of a high line for Hume. He makes his way to the bottom, and Roman Frost up top with some trouble. He skied off exit stage right for Roman Frost. A tough break for the Westminster College racer, and he is out. Looked like he just got a little bit inside as the hill falls away on the 5th gate. And Frost losing ski and unable to stay on course. So that brings us to Philip Wahlquist from the University of Colorado, the Norwegian. Getting ready to go at the next interval. Stewie Bruce again holding on to the lead. He's got the fastest time of the day on the second run. He was the second guy out of the gate, and more than 10 racers have gone and not been able to pass him up. Yesterday, he skied from 30th to 10th in the second run. Where's he going to land today? This guy right here has got a good chance to make something happen near the top of the results. Wahlquist, the reigning NCAA slalom champion. I look at the skiing on the left-footed followays up top, and Wahlquist aced that test. It's a good start to the run for Wahlquist. As he makes his way toward the lower section. Wahlquist, a little inclination at the top of the turn, losing his outside ski up at the top of the turn for a few there. But he's back on track now. As he makes his way towards the finish, we look for Harrison DeGangi up top, getting pushed low. He got sucked in that transition. It's a little sucker gate in there. Wahlquist moving into the lead, fastest second run. CU Buffalo taking the top spot. DeGangi now, a few mistakes on this run. The Colby College racers got to be flawless to the end of the course with the run that Wahlquist just laid down. DeGangi towards the finish, and Sovic onto the flats. Sovic is going to be going full gas. I expect something exciting out of this run. DeGangi into second. I'm impressed. I saw a few mistakes in that run. I thought he might slip further back, but clearly the good turns were really good turns for DeGangi as we watch Sovic from DU arcing his way down the all-out slope. Sovic he won't be satisfied with anything but a top spot as he makes his way towards the finish. We go back up the hill to his teammate Eric Covino. Denver University Pioneers. Strong skiing program. Sovic into second. CU holding on up top with Wahlquist. Covino now turns on the lower pitch. Very round turn shape there on this course set by Doug Elsey. Certainly challenging the technical skills of these racers. As Covino makes his way towards the finish. Cooper Cornelius getting pushed low and out. Cooper Cornelius would be a DNF. You have to be prepared down there. So right now, Tanner Perkins doing his thing. The Montana State Bobcat looking to knock a CU Buffalo off the top spot. Philip Wahlquist, our current leader. Comes Perkins onto the lower section. Dynamic skiing from Perkins. You can see how hard he wants it, the attacking style and attitude to his runs. Not quite as clean, perhaps, as Wahlquist. Perkins falls into fifth. So we've got a hold on the course. We await the Swiss racer from Denver University, Loic Chablis, be our next competitor, Loic. Ninth fastest in that first run. Like puts the poles over the start wand. Counts it down, and Loic on course. From Switzerland, the Denver University Pioneer. Getting low right out of the start is Loic. But perhaps just a wake-up call. He skis really well through the transition coming off the pitch. I don't think that'll cost him too much. Sometimes you need just a little bobble early in your run to really get your mind focused and locked in. Like really nice turns through there. We see him make his way towards the finish. Go back up to the top. And pick up the action from Jimmy Krupka. Krupka making a point to make sure to participate in this Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Making the trip out just for this race. Prize money and the opportunity here to make something special happen for Jimmy. Jimmy makes his way towards the finish. Jeremy Nolting now on course. Nolting having a great first run wearing that 32 bib. And this top part, he was electric. That is fantastic skiing for Nolting out of the upper section. It is Loic Chablis from Denver University in the top spot. Nolting skiing well. Now these technical turns down here will be the test for Jeremy. He's got to ski it clean. He's got to take momentum off the pitch down below. It's good. He's got to let those skis run. Jeremy Nolting, if he's going to look to move up in the spots again today. Dropping into his tuck. Nolting toward the finish. And we go back up the hill to Thomas Hoffman from Denver University. As Nolting makes his way to the finish, crossing in first position for Nolting. Tommy Hoffman now from the University of Denver. Across the flats, heading towards the lower breakover. Nolting just sneaking ahead of the Denver University skier at the finish, Chablis. And it's another Denver skier now on course and getting low and off course. It's Hoffman out. So up next, it's Jacob Dilling. Dilling, University of Colorado racer. Got himself on the podium yesterday. He's got good vibes. This kid loves the Holiday Classic. He's raced well here. And he is one that no matter where he is after the first run, we're going to keep an eye on because he's gunning for those top spots every race. Dilling looking strong. He's on the edge. Charging hard, very direct line down here. Dilling, this is a strong run for the University of Colorado Buffalo. A little bit heavy on the edges right at the transition onto the flats, but Dilling is having a great run as he approaches the finish. His new teammate, Justin Bigatel, up top. Biggie onto the flats. Dilling to the finish in fourth. Nolting holding on to the top spot as Justin Bigatel makes his way past the coaches and onto the lower pitch. Biggie, first-year racer, freshman for the University of Colorado, U.S. ski team member. And Bigatel coming towards the finish. Justin Bigatel charging toward the finish. Biggie's going to cross into the top spot for Bigatel. Snaking ahead of Nolting by 0.08 of a second. The University of Colorado has the top spot with 3 racers to go. In the top 30 from the first run. Just over a second separating our top 10 today. We've got 3 racers left in the start with the chance to make something happen at the top of the podium. Currently, Bigatel in first, Nolting second, Chablis in third.
Hey, Scott, I've got Wither up. Keep him at the bottom.
Hunshammer, Erland, and Lassard, our final 3 racers in the flip. And then I look at the field behind that and how closely they were stacked. We keep going. Ian Haupt, Lucas Ellis, Harry Hoffman, Jack Bowers, Julian Arthur, Everett Dooley, Nick Kerwood. All of these guys, even though they're outside of the flip, such great racers, have the ability to make something special happen. I tell you what, this giant slalom certainly living up to its billing. I got to take my hat off to Chris Puckett, David Baldinger, who 24 years ago started this tradition of the Holiday Classic, wanting to do something a little extra, put some prize money on the line, try to do some special things like we'll have at Howelson Hill these next 2 days, fire pits, get the crowds out there, give it a little bit of a European feel. And with the prize money, step up the competition, step up the pressure, see how the athletes can handle it and create a spectacle for the crowd. And we are glad that you're with us to enjoy the great competition as Adrian Minde Hunshammer, the Denver University racer out of Norway, gets word that the course will be ready for him in 40 seconds. So it's a CU Buffalo at the top spot at the bottom, Justin Bigatel. Hunshammer. Sun drops lower in the sky behind our start. Still great visibility on this west-facing race hill, though. Hunshammer clapping the poles over the start wand. The start timer counts down, and Hunshammer is on course. Can he hold on to that podium spot? Getting pushed wide is Hunshammer right out of the start. And that is a big mistake for the DU racer. He's got it back. Momentum quickly gained on the steep pitch down there. But that's going to cost him. Biggie, so strong throughout his run. Bigatel, I don't know if there's room for a mistake for these final 3 racers to unseat our top skiers in the finish. Hunshammer giving it his best crack, though. As he makes his way towards the bottom, it's yesterday's race winner, Yost, and he's getting pushed low as well. The University of Utah racer, yesterday's champion. A little bit of a problem up above. Across the line, Hunshammer into 8th. It's a guaranteed podium spot for Bigatel. As Hunshammer makes his way onto the lower section, Erland cleaned it up now. This is good veteran savvy skiing for Erland. Yost makes his way towards the finish. It is going to be close. He drops toward the finish, and we go up to the top and look for Raphael Lassard. Raphael, University of Utah racer. And Yost into the top spot. He's done it again. Erland feeling the grooves. Boy, Utah should have picked him up last year for the NCAA championships on this hill because the dude knows how to fly on all out. 1 racer left. Oh, and Lassard tipping sideways. A little bobble. That was a great recovery to stay in it for Lassard. As he makes his way toward the finish, this is going to be interesting. Lassard to the finish. Haupt out of the start. Lassard takes the victory. Wow! What a timely save. That was impressive from Lassard, by 0.05 of a second over his teammate Ireland. He is the giant slalom champion today for the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic, unless Ian Haupt can pull something amazing out of his hat. 31st fastest after the first run, but these guys not far from that top spot. Haupt skiing strong, making his way towards the finish. Ian Haupt down towards the line. Harry Hoffman on course up above. Hoffman, the Australian, racing for the University of Utah, dancing down this lower section. Jack Bowers taking a souvenir with him down there. Being right through the panel coming off the end of the flats, the beach section. And Jack Bowers is a DNF. So a hold to repair that panel, fix that gate, and a chance to recover and talk about some times. What did I tell you, folks? Skiing from outside the top 30 flip, Ian Haupt makes a big move up into the top 20. Well done, Ian Haupt. A tribute to the great snow on the venue right now. And you don't often see a big move like that from outside the flip. Hats off to you, Ian. Well done. Down at the bottom, our top three, Raphael Lassard in first, Jos Broughton Erland in second, both from the University of Utah. Justin Bigetel taking third from the University of Colorado. Jeremy Nolting, the top junior, finishing fourth overall and winning our juniors competition today. A great race for him, the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club local. Julian Arthur in the start. Julian, a guy that, like Ian, could make a substantial move. This guy, a post-grad from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, if he puts a clean run in top to bottom, we're going to see him make a strong move. Good top section for Arthur. Getting through this difficult transition down there. He's done well. It's full send for Arthur. As we pick up Arthur on the lower section of the course. He's running a straight line, getting a little bit pushed. Skis going sideways for a moment, but now it's clean. He's got it back. Julian Arthur charging, getting stuck in those grooves there, making an athletic recovery to stay in it. Julian Arthur, a couple mistakes to his run. Everett Dooley going out, looking for him. So now we're going to pick up Nick Kerwood. Kerwood, the Boston College racer. Charging hard is Kerwood. Skiing on the lower section for Kerwood, running a direct line, but able to keep the skis clean. Some of the grooves that have developed down there, no problem for Kerwood. He's carving right through them. A good-looking run for the Boston College racer. Back up to the top now, Brady Malbuff from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Kerwood and Malbuff been teammates at Vail for years. Owen Malbuff with some trouble, and he's off course. Out goes Kerwood. Bodie Flanagan now on course, the Boston College racer. Let's put your mitts together for Bodie as he charges down the upper pitch. I like the skiing up there, but a little bit late coming into the flats. Ah, the announcer's jinx. I thought he was just going to snake through. He made such great turns right before that difficult transition that I think the speed became too much to manage. He gets bucked out. That definitely cost him some momentum. But let's put down some good turns on this lower section, Bodie. There's still a lot to fight for as we see those iconic Bodie Flanagan angles as he sets those skis up, lays them over down on the lower section. Flanagan toward the finish, Jules Barr. Now onto the top of the second pitch. The racer out of University of Nevada, Reno, the Frenchman. A little higher line from Bauer. These turns very tight. Not much vertical distance between them. Big offset across the hill. Doug Elsey really setting a course with some character. It goes back and forth. There's some sections with good speed. I really like the test that he's put out for these athletes, and it's led to some really exciting racing down there as Charlie Lang from Boston College makes his way onto the lower pitch. Lang, smooth, clean skiing. Smooth is the first word I'd use to describe Lang now after watching him for a few runs. It's a joy to watch the skiers that just have that smooth. Toolkit, Matthew Basson on course now. Basson charging down here. The Canadian racing with Ski and Snowboard Club Vail putting the hammer down. Basson. That was good stuff for Matty Ice. Now on course, it's Thomas Menon. And looking to make something happen on this run. One of the challenges on this hill, you can ski good and not fast. You got to ski good and fast, and that is hard to do. And putting down a solid run. Chase Kelly now on course. Chase, Colorado Mountain College racer. Owen Chase getting a little bit twisted up in these round technical turns set by Team Summit coach Doug Elsey. Bit in the back seat, but Chase always is fighting. Always getting after it. No quit in Chase Kelly as he makes his way towards the bottom. Adrian Beauregard sneaks out of view through the beach section up top, past the coaches and onto the lower pitch. I believe holding the top spot at the moment for the U18s. Don't have full results in front of me. He was the U18 winner yesterday. Skiing a good, solid, safe run down here on this lower section. Good line, keeping that turn up above the gate. Plenty of direction from which he can move, carve some strong turns. A good, clean run from Beauregard, putting it through the finish. Gunnar Barnwell, our next racer from Colorado Mountain College. Beauregard sneaking up into the top 30 at the moment. Barnwell on course. Barnwell skiing strong. Approaching the finish. Alec Nolan just behind him. St. Lawrence University racer. Alec, oh no, getting low. We see the spray of snow and he is out. So Chauncey Morgan will take his crack at it, the Plymouth State racer. First few turns just a little bit. The camera does not do it justice. Very steep, severe fall away to the left up there, and Morgan. Pro style, double hands blocking that gate down. Great recovery move just to stay alive for Morgan. Send him to the World Pro Ski Tour in a couple weeks up in Aspen. Morgan approaching the bottom section. Henry Andre's already done his work on the top section. We'll have to catch him down below. Here comes Henry Andre from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Henry, with a good second run, can make a significant move up through the field. The racer's tightly packed. Andre looking good. Look like off course for Lake and Roth. So now we pick up the run of Ulrich Danielson, University of Nevada, Reno. Nice skiing up top for Ulrich until I had to say something about it. Danielson is out.
Okay.
Caleb Unger, next racer on course, competing now for Rocky Mountain College. Unger had a good first run. Running direct into that section, and Unger does well to keep it in for a few more turns than some others, but still not enough to put it through to the finish. And out goes Unger. In comes T-Hop. Tyler Hopkins from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, our next racer on course. Let's see if he got the word on the radio from his coaches about that tricky transition from the first pitch onto the flats. Yes, nice job, Tyler. No problems at all for the Vale racer. You just have to set it up a little bit, and then you have to be prepared to move forward. The transition is abrupt, so you get crunched. And if you come into it too straight, you won't be able to make the next turns. Hopkins made the right adjustment. He's done well, and this is good-looking skiing for the Vale racer. Hopkins charging toward the finish as Ferrucci charges across the flats up top. Daniel Ferrucci from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club making his way onto the lower section of the course now. Post-grad racer with Steamboat getting low, being athletic to try to stay in line. Hopkins moving up to 38th. A nice run for T-Hop. Oh, and you know, Daniel was just trying to let it run. That's all he was trying to do. He was trying to be fast however he could. Got a little bit hung up and went off course. Tough break. 4 down. Theodore Kim on course right now from Colorado Mountain College. Making some nice turns on the lower part of the pitch. This is nice skiing from the Colorado Mountain College racer. As Kim drives to the finish, Ricky Shea passing the coaches and already onto the lower pitch as we pick up his run. Shea from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, quick on and off the edges, making sure not to stay and hold on to the edges too long. He's got to let those skis run. Ricky Shea doing a nice job into his tuck from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. We move back up the hill and catch the tails of our next competitor, Cayman Beauregard. Watching his tails is something that you can do. He uses them a lot. Getting a little bit rotated down here. Super athletic skier. Can make some of the most amazing recoveries you'll ever see. But when he's got good balance and he's over those skis, he can make some of the finest turns you'll see on the race hill. As he makes his way toward the finish, we look to pick up none other than Owen Wither. Skiing strong down here. Here we go, Owen. Charging hard to the finish is Wither. Curtis Zani flying across the flats. Zani. Pedal to the metal on this second run for Zani. Nothing to lose. His teammates were shouting to him up here at the start, cheering him on. Zani, full attack mode down below, getting a little bit back, throwing a little bit of snow down there. That will cost him a bit. As Zani makes his way to the finish, this is going to be a run to watch. Weston Roach, Jordan Simon, unfortunately, with problems up high and is off course. So Weston Roach, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail on course, getting a little bit twisted, struggling with those left-footed fall-away turns on the upper pitches. Roach, he had such a nice first run, making a huge move up through the field. He's got to put it through the finish here on the second run. The challenge for Roach, get to GS finishes, point finishes. That improves his ranking, but you need 2 finishes to get that coveted start position that doesn't involve 3 numbers on your bib. Weston Roach getting low on the bottom part, but making good athletic recoveries to stay in it. Charging hard is Roach. As he approaches the finish, well done for Weston. Now up top, we've got Marcus Stanley. Uttendorfer went out up high, so Marcus Stanley from Loveland takes his turn. One of the things that's hard to appreciate from these camera views is all of the terrain on the second run course, and Stanley, a victim of the terrain, not able to anticipate it, and he goes off course. So Eric Strickler now on course. Strickler off course. It's something at the high-level races that you see sometimes. These racers kind of in this part of the field, they're just going for broke, seeing if they can make something happen. And mistakes can creep in if they can hold it together and keep everything moving down the hill. It's a risk-reward proposition. So we tend to see more DNFs at a high-level race like this at this part of the field because everybody's just going for broke. Our top seed, our top 30 racers, they had a good finish rate. But now the DNF's starting to creep up. Koleinig from Team Summit. He should know what he's doing. His coach, Doug Elsey, set this course. I think it's a phenomenal course, has a lot of character, it really uses terrain. And it's hard to see on the camera how much terrain there is on this run. Loinig now pushing out of the start. Nico on course. Loinig, a good job on the upper section. Look at that smart skiing through the transition, difficult transition. And now he's in a perfect spot. Well done, Nico. Tactics, they're a thing. You got to have a plan. This is actually a course where you can't go for broke everywhere. Loinig doing a good job carving his turns through the lower pitch. Nice skiing for the Team Summit racer. Into his tuck as Colin Kagan follows behind. Colin Kagan through the beach section onto the lower part of the course. Kagan working hard, getting stuck on the back seat just a little bit. Still maintaining his tempo and rhythm down the course. Kagan, the St. Lawrence University Skier Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club Alum back on his home hill. Finds his way across the finish. Ryan Herhusky now on course. Ryan, University of Nevada, Reno racer. Husky's laid down a good run. Got a course hold before Jack, guys. Jack Sunshine will be our next competitor out of the gate. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Joining the post-grad program here under the tutelage of FIS head coach Chad Wolk and PG coach Cole Puckett. Great to see Cole. On the other side of the coin, working as a coach, the Denver University Pioneer. Back home, seems like an appropriate time to thank our prize money sponsors. $40,000 in prize money given out here over the 4 days of racing at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Big thank you to our prize money sponsors, starting with the Edward Jones office of Chris Puckett. We'd also like to thank David Baldinger Jr. and Ron Simon for their significant contributions to the prize money pool. We'd also like to thank the Edward Jones office of David Lamb. We'd like to thank Dan Hubert Jr. Big thank you to the Colgan Foundation, and thank you to Gwen Rogers, all making it possible for these racers to compete for the high stakes, help support the high cost of ski racing at this level. The prize money goes in one pocket and right out the other pocket for some camps, airplane tickets, overweight charges on the airplane, you name it. There is a lot of ways to spend that money, but it is so appreciated, and it really has elevated the level of skiing here at this competition. Is Jack Sunshine skiing really nice on the top section as he approaches the lower pitch now. Expect this guy to get some great video action. A shout out to Dad Vic for doing our video on the lower section today, and unfortunately he's not going to like what he just saw there as Jack skis off course after getting a little bit low. So a tough break for Jack and a tough break up above behind him for Isaac Mosen, and that leaves Sawyer Hutto to go, and this is going to be fun. I've talked about it already, picking up, watching some of these new guys out here. And in fact, it's not Sawyer Hutto. Looks like it's going to be William Erickson. That bib 109. Erickson from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Making some nice turns on the lower pitch. Really nice look at how he got himself forward, turned those skis over and stood strong, pressuring in the fall line. William Erickson doing a nice job as he approaches the finish. Luke Dalton, the Montana State Bobcat. Upper section, skiing past the coaches, onto the lower pitch comes Dalton. Oh, and Dalton going low, and he's off course, out for the Bobcat. Kyle Kagan in. The Bates College Bobcat out as well. Mayhem here on the second run. We get late into the afternoon. One of the other things these athletes have to fight with at this point in the race is it's been a long day. Their inspection for the first run was 7:45 this morning. It's now 3:08 Mountain Time. And so to keep the energy high, to keep the focus high that long, for these skiers that are still making it through the finish, hats off to them. They've done a great job. Banks Biffle certainly got the word from his coaches and is executing the plan. That was as good of an upper section as we've seen in some time for Banks. The Ski and Snowboard Club Vail doing a nice job. Biffle through these technical round turns on the lower pitch. Nice light touch, staying balanced over the skis. Good job, Banks, as he makes his way. Oh, getting a little bit sideways there just before the finish, but it looks like he's kept things moving, and we're going to have a finisher, thank goodness. It's been a while. Miko Lewis now on course. Miko, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, and out goes Miko. So Luca Smalls will take his turn. Luca's been impressive. The first-year FIS racer out of Aspen. He's not intimidated racing with these big boys. Remember my first time racing FIS and all the guys with beards and weighed twice as much as me. But you just got to go out and do your thing. You just got to go ski. You got to ski clean. You got to ski strong. And Lucas Smalls is doing just that. This is phenomenal racing from the first-year FIS racer out of Aspen. Lucas Smalls, impressive. Come on, buddy. Take it all the way through the finish, Luca. A nice-looking run for the Aspen racer. Joshua Nelson on course. Nelson racing for Colorado Mountain College as Lucas Smalls punches it into the top 50. Well done, Luca. Nelson, Colorado Mountain College Flying Eagle. Fun to see him wearing the stripes of Colorado Mountain College. It's gonna be great having him in Steamboat for the winter. As he makes his way to the finish. Look for our next racer, can't find him. So we'll go to the top of the course. And we've lost another up high. Continues to slide down the hill. You can see the steepness and the firmness of the snow down there. Taylor Delaney going out. Seth Montgomery will be our next skier in. All right, we've got a course clear for Seth. Racer out of Team Summit. The second run course, giving racers all kinds of problems, was set by Seth's coach, Doug Elsey. And Doug, I'm not throwing you under the bus at all. I think it's a fantastic set. It's a huge test for the top level of this field. And with the prize money on the line, that is wholly appropriate. And just a few tactical adjustments need to be made and the course skis fine. It's those skiers that are trying to pin it from top to bottom that aren't finding success with the terrain that's incorporated by this course and the tempo that goes from fast to turny. Montgomery doing well. I'd say good execution, strong skiing from all of the Team Summit skiers on the second run. It's Henry McBride from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Really keeping the elevation up there. That was important because he dipped inside there, but because he had the high line, he was able to stay in good shape Bride making his way to the finish. Go back up to look for Nicholas Bradford. Bradford from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Snaking his way down the lower section. Good smooth skiing for Bradford. That was a nice looking run. But down low for our next competitor, Matthew Kafka, two Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racers going back to back. Oh, and Kafka getting stuck on that edge, couldn't get off it, and down goes Kafka. Tough break for Matthew. It's Atticus Sanders from the Jackson Hole Ski Club. Makes his approach. And Sanders having trouble in that same spot. It's a tough break for Kafka down there. Got to hold on the course, get things put back together, get skis and equipment back to Kafka as we await the run of Lachlan Brady, the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, a student at the Steamboat Mountain School. See the sun shining off of Lachlan's goggles. This late afternoon race run, tough in most places in Colorado, but not on All Out, where we get to enjoy the sunshine in the afternoon, a west-facing slope. So good visibility still for Lachlan as he works to attack from the back. So difficult, this sport. So deep the field today. Lachlan skied a nice first run, moved up a little bit from that bib number 88. So stacked the field. Look for Lachlan to do something special here on this second run. This course a little bit more technical. That should suit Lachlan. So 30 seconds to the start for Lachlan Brady. Thanks for joining us today, day 2 of the 4-day Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic Series. This is wrapping it up for the giant slalom, the slalom tomorrow, the iconic night slalom at Howelson Hill, and then we conclude on Saturday with the day slalom at Howelson Hill. Come out and join us. Bring your cowbells. Let's have some fun. And let's ring them right now for Lachlan Brady pushing out of the start. Brady on course, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer, looking to put down a solid run. Already getting bucked on the 3rd and 4th gate, but he does a nice job to recover, keep his wits about him. Now through the difficult transition. Right here is the tough turn. And Brady's gone out. Tough break for Lachlan. The lights went out on him. That is the most difficult part of this course. It requires setting it up. Connor Wick skiing fast. He's really gunning now. Now, will he set it up right? Pretty direct, but he's able to sneak it through there. as we look for him on the other side. We're looking for finishes here. Connor Wick putting down a good one. Ski and Snowboard Club Vail getting a little bit low. Big swingy turns down there, but Wick moving well now. Connor Wick charging towards the finish is Wick. Into his tuck. A nice looking run for the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. As we'll keep it on our lower camera because Noah Bindus already upon us. Bindi racing with the Loveland Ski Club. Stomping on those skis, dancing through the gates. A little bit of a slalom tempo in there for Noah. Lots of slalom laps for him with his Midwestern racing experience. Now skiing with Loveland, Noah Bindus looking strong as he makes his way to the finish. Up the hill for the next Bradford of the day, and I think perhaps some trouble, and Willem Bradford is off course. Tough break for Willem. Jackson Fretwell on course right now. So we watch Jackson. Can he get through this section? Really low out in the soft snow for Jackson, but it looks like he's kept it going. But did not make it, so out is Fretwell. Van Glantz now on course. Glantz skiing well. Oh, and getting low is Van Glantz. Big mistake coming off that second pitch. These racers could really gun it on the first run. So we see some of the skiers who didn't finish there. Sam McDermott, Colorado Mountain College. Now on course. Let's see Sam put it through the finish. Good looking skiing for McDermott down here. This is more like it. Carson Simison now into view. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club competitor. Get the direction up above the gate for Simison. Staying strong on his edges. Carson committed to putting it through the finish line on this run. Simison working his way towards the finish. A few gates to go for Simison. We move up to the top and unfortunately see Grayson Wickstrom skiing away with his ski. That's never a good sign. Another victim of the left-footed followaways up here on top. Grant Studness, our next racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Studness puts his poles over the wand. Pushes out of the start. The Vail racer on course. Good skiing up top for Studness. As we look for him to come in view on the lower section. The Vail racer still has it going on. Grant Studness. Hats off to Grant. This is good skiing after a long day. Grant Studness. Let's keep it going to the finish. About 8 gates to go. The Ski and Snowboard Club Vale Racer having a good one. Grant Studness into his tuck. Well done. That's going to help with the bib number. Aiden Rafferty Olson. Makes his way down. Rafferty Olson. Another skier doing well. We see Coda Kaiser up against the B-net on the top section. He's all right. It was a slow slide into that B-net, but the hill's so steep in that section, he just couldn't stop. Taking a little rest against the net, but that's not where he wanted to be. See him get some help. Back up, get his ski back on. After a long day of waiting, unfortunately, it's going to be a DNF for Coda Kaiser. Eric McLean will be our next racer to go. Breckenridge competitor. Waiting his turn. It's been a long day for these guys. But here comes the payoff for Eric. Everybody gets a sleep in tomorrow, though, with the first run not till 1:30, tentative schedule for the women. Everybody will use that sleeping into their advantage. Eric McLean, Team Breckenridge on course. You know, one of the things that stands out when you watch McLean is the angulation that he creates in his hip, and that helped him with the follow-away turns on that upper section. Now he makes his way towards the lower part of the course. The Team Breckenridge athlete skiing well down here, getting a little bit of bobble there right before the flats. That's costly. He had some really nice speed coming into that part. Hard to put a top to bottom run with no mistake, especially after such a long day. Here comes Finnegan Norris from the Loveland Ski Club. Finnegan fighting hard. Nice turns for Norris from the Loveland Ski Club. A little bit low there again. All these little pieces of terrain that are out there to trip these competitors up. So we watch Jack Scheidemann. Jack come in with some speed. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Let's see Jack on a race on this hill in March after he's had a year of training on this GS hill, and you're going to see something special. Scheidemann from Buck Hill doing a post-grad year at Steamboat, skiing nicely down there on the lower section. Tang, our next competitor, Tang from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Scheidemann moving on up to 63rd. Tang carving his way down the lower pitch. See him lay those skis over, stand on it strong, and the ski whips around to the next turn. Winston Tang. Nicely done. Now onto the lower pitch, it's Will Saylor. Saylor Auburn Ski Club racer. Oh, and Sailor getting low there on the flats. The speed just goes away. And he looks up in disgust. Cade Lawton now on course. Cade, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. The body wanted to get over to that turn. The skis said, I'm not quite ready yet. The skis, unfortunately, direct things in ski racing. Lawton off course. Zach Meltz now from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. He pushes out of the start and on course. It's not your screen, folks. We've got strobe view somehow going on our top camera. But you didn't see it anyway because I didn't switch it over. Here comes Meltz on the lower part. This is what we want to see anyway. Meltz has done a good job up high. Carving some nice turns down here on the lower section. I tell you what, if Zach, as he continues to work this season and train, links more of those fast turns, you saw a couple of them, and he goes up, he's going to be something special. Ryan Edelman now on course, Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. Nice smooth skiing down the top pitch for Edelman. Keep it together there through those tough turns onto the flats. He's done well. Here comes Edelman onto the lower pitch. Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer in his first Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. Good smooth run for Edelman. No major mistakes for Edelman. He's handled it well. As we go back to the top for Dietz Gibson, our final racer from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Dietz stepping it up into the FIS program, a first-year FIS racer. Up to the challenge. It's not easy here, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy to race at 3:30 in the afternoon after a long day on this icy slope, but Dietz is up to the task. Doing well, carving those skis around the gates. Dietz Gibson from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Hustling his way down the lower pitch. Now the hill starting to flat out for Dietz. Now he'll look to be clean, carry the momentum towards the finish. Dietz into his tuck, looking for speed as he makes his way towards the finish line. That's going to wrap up our giant slalom racing here at the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic. We thank you for joining us. We will be back tomorrow live for the slalom race at Howelson Hill. It'll be an afternoon start for the first run, nighttime start for the second. If you're within 12-hour drive of Steamboat, you should get in the car and start heading this way for the night race tomorrow. Otherwise, stay tuned. We'll be back on YouTube tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Have a great day, everybody.